And it is time for the World Championships 2023 Final Fantasy Trading Card Game. Today's the final round, day 2. I'm Kabukin, and I'm here with the two great streamers. Here's Erika.
Hi. I also go by Jared Wallace. For those of you who don't know, active member of the community, play here in Japan. Just glad to be here on the desk again today.
And here's Nathan from Australia.
Hello, welcome again. Excited to be here. Excited to watch some very high-level games today. Should be a good one.
Yeah. Okay, so we three will be streaming from the Square Enix headquarters in Tokyo. Okay, so today is day 2. Let's check what kind of regulations we have.
Yeah, the format.
Okay, the format. So, the World Championships 2023, we have 16 players from all around the world.
Yep.
We had an 8-round Swiss match yesterday, and the top 6 players are fighting in a tournament 3 single elimination rounds, BO3 today. And do we get to see the... Oh, okay, the deck first. Okay.
Yesterday the players played 8 rounds of Swiss, 4 rounds with deck A, and then 4 rounds with deck B, and the top 6 players have advanced now to the elimination rounds.
And so they'll be using the 2 decks today.
Yeah, today they'll be playing 2 deck, best of 3, up to 3 games depending on whoever gets the 2 wins first.
Okay. And here's today's tournament. We see first Masayuki Yamada, aka Kaka.
Yeah.
So he has the seed.
Yeah, he has the seed privilege, and Hunter Nance down at the bottom there too. These are the 2 opposite sides of the bracket. These are our top 2 players. They actually get to skip the first round of playoffs today, so they are automatically into the top 4. And then the other 4 players here, Alex Hancox, Kosuke Nozawa, Will Coghill, and Taiki Harigai, they're gonna have to battle out and fight their way into the top 4. They've made it here into the top 6, but they still have to play another round before getting in the top 4.
Okay. And we have the deck list today.
Yes,
so
today we can share the deck list with you.
Okay. So first off, we have Masayuki Yamada Kaka from Japan.
Yep.
His deck A is the wall deck.
Yeah, it's the 7-drop Warrior of Light from the new set. That is kind of the flagship card here. Nathan, you want to tell us a little bit about the deck?
So we saw this one on stream yesterday, around 2 or 3, I think. Obviously, Kaka went 8-0 yesterday, so he went 4-0 with both these decks.
Yes.
This one's obviously very powerful, built around the Warrior of Light to resolve either a crystal backup and a forward, 2 forwards. I'd run 6 copies of Warrior Light for the very powerful special ability, and then it has Gilgamesh as a closer. It gets to 7 colors very quickly from experience, if it needs to, but it also just has the tempo plays of Lena, Faris to clear the board. Axstar is obviously a very powerful card, and then most of the backups either can be played off Warrior Light or they search Warrior of Light.
Yeah, and a lot of aggro decks, especially in this format, but across Final Fantasy, TCG, all around, they tend to kind of lose steam pretty quickly, but this is more of an exception to that. I think it's really good at recovering and really difficult to kind of beat down.
Yeah, it also has the issue of removing the Warrior Light in its first place is hard because of its special ability.
Yeah.
And you also don't really want to do it because then they can play a second one.
Yeah.
So, very hard deck to play around, obviously, is shown by results here. So.
Yeah. Well, let's go look at his next one then.
Okay, deck B is Ice Water.
Yeah.
Jared, you take this one.
Yeah, I'll talk about this one because I made it. So yeah, this is an Ice Water Griever deck. This is actually an archetype that was made by Arika, who's a Japanese player. He took this at the Tokyo qualifier for the national championship last season, but it got a lot of new cards with the new set, especially the titular card here, Griever, and Sky Serpent General Ragajin, which are just really, really good synergy cards for the deck. Worked very well. Yeah, great aggro deck, pretty simple. It works like a lot of the aggro decks have in previous Final Fantasy TCG. It's not doing anything particularly crazy other than the Griever and Griever synergy cards.
Okay. Next up we have Hunter Nance from North America with Decade Magisa.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Hunter yesterday went, I think, 6-1? 7-1. Must be 7-1.
Yeah.
His only loss was to Kaka as Magissa into the Warrior of Light in the first 4 rounds. Magissa's obviously a deck he's very well known for. This set he got Tyvas, as we talked about on stream yesterday when I think Mike played it.
Yeah.
Very powerful deck. Activates Magissa as many times as it needs to. Gets value forwards in Gutsker, Alphino, Bash. Pressure forwards, Ishtola, Axstar. Defensive forwards like Yuzuki. Has a whole huge toolbox to work with, and then obviously a ton of activators that can also double as removal if needed.
Yeah, it's we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but the addition of Tyvos here really helped the deck kind of double down on its consistency.
Yep, for sure.
And we have deck B, Ice.
Yeah.
Okay, mono Ice.
Yeah, so this is kind of the mono version of the Griever that we were just going over. It's gotten a lot of new cards this set. You know, we had Rufus Reno Rude before, but with the addition of Rugagine, these cards kind of got a little easier to use in general, especially Rufus. And the addition of Lufenian especially has been a really, really big boon to mono ice as an archetype in general.
Yeah, Ishtola too. I know in Japan you guys played the last set, obviously. But Ishtola in general in ice decks is a big
the
big
importance
spike.
of that card cannot be understated.
Yes.
Just having a natural haste threat that it also works, and removal on a forward that's repeatable and also hits actives is just so good. It ticks all the boxes that mono ice has been looking for.
For sure.
And we have Will Coghill from the United States, deck A, FF13, Fire Lightning, the fast one.
Yeah.
So this is the tried and true. You know, we've seen a lot of the 13 across all of the regions, but you know, the flavor kind of changes sometimes. You know, some people played Estinian last set, some people didn't. The addition of Irvine is kind of interesting here. Irvine is really, really good at pushing damage, and I think that's exactly what this deck is looking for.
Yeah, not only that too, I was talking to Will about it yesterday. Irvine obviously gives breakstone removal, which obviously in a fast deck is not always the most relevant, but there are certain times where taking 4 cards out of your opponent's bin can be like crushing for their strategy.
Right, yeah. Especially if you're playing like a Mira strategy and you take away their Miras and Leos and they lose all their zombie targets, and then that kind of just spirals into a win sometimes,
Yeah, for sure.
And deck B is Ice.
Yeah, so I think this is card for card the same as Hunters. So everything we said before applies here again.
Yeah, I believe they just collaborated on the list. I think
It might be
I
one or
noticed
two changes.
a Terra in Hunter's list that I do not see in this one.
Because the camera's there.
Oh, is it because the camera's there? I'm sorry. Oh, but Hunter only had one Terra.
Hunter had one, so there must be
so there's
one
probably
change.
a couple of differences here.
But the concept is largely the same.
Yeah.
Play forwards, haste them with Rugagine, pressure the hand, pressure the board.
yeah,
So,
kill him.
yeah, kill them. Yeah.
And we have Alexander Hancock from the UK, deck A, Warrior of Light.
Yep.
So
This is the other. It's
not the same list as Kaka, but
very similar. The biggest difference here you're going to see is the Moody and the Uke and stuff like that in the backup lineup. The Kaka was maxing out on all the crystal backups. Alex has introduced some elements of search into his. So he plays I believe it's a Scholar that searches for a wind card. So it's always going to get the multi-element Warrior of Light or Edge. Yeah. And then the Moody here lets him have access to Amaterasu or Bahamut, which is not something that Kaka has access to.
Yeah, the other big change here is the Lena backup versus forward. So Kaka's playing the Lena forward with more access to crystals, obviously. Alex is going for the Lena backup with the Refia for more Warrior Light count on the backup line. So very similar concepts again. Play Warrior of Light, get value from it, but obviously a little different in how they execute. So.
Yeah.
in deck B we have Wind.
Yeah.
It's a mono Wind.
So this one doesn't have any new 21 cards, but it is worth noting that Shinryu is a new-ish addition to Mono Wind, especially for Alex. Because of the threat of decks like Magissa, like Warrior of Light, they put a lot of forwards on the board very quickly. Adding Shinryu to the deck obviously helps in those early turns, hopefully. I think that's what it's in there for. Otherwise, it's the same as always. It's playing Luso, it's getting cast count, it's playing Zidane, taking your opponent's cards, holding Fina in hand, Ishtola for protection, all the good stuff you've seen Wind do for many sets.
Yeah.
And next up we have Kosuke Nozawa, Zawawa.
Yeah.
Deck A is a 4 element Warrior of Light deck.
Yeah, this is pretty close to the kind of thing that we're used to seeing from the 4-color Warrior of Light deck since it emerged a couple of sets ago. That deck has since lost Sildra, but it's also gotten Cecil, and it got a whole host of new backups. So the new shiny toy here is probably the Opus 21 Princess Goblin, which lets you search for Princess Sarah or for the Warrior of Light directly if you have it, and Meath, which is not something. These are kind of new, like Meath is not a new card, but it's a card that we really haven't seen very much. But just as a way to filter your hand and get the fire backup down really, really early, I think it's a really neat addition. Also, he has the Darkness Manifest and the Arc, which the Darkness Manifest is a new card that works really, really well with the Warrior of Light, but you really want to play it with the Arc, and I think a lot of us are wondering how many you're supposed to play in this deck, especially because, you know, you're already playing a 4-color deck, and it's so easy to break if you add a bunch of dark cards to it that a little 1/1 splash here is kind of an interesting approach with the Iridia.
For sure. The other notable change, not new cards, but the Icos are reasonably new to the War matchup,
Yeah.
especially the Opus 3 Ico, which obviously
Yes.
searches Zidane, and is Darkness Manifest 9?
No.
So Zidane is the main target there, obviously.
And Garnet.
And Garnet. Helps you get your colors for Darkness Manifest. Obviously, that's Wind, Fire, Water, Earth right there in search targets.
Yeah.
And also just Zidane is a very powerful card in this archetype. So
Yeah, an interesting innovation on an older deck with some new cards.
for sure, yeah.
Okay, deck B, we have Ice Lightning, his signature deck.
Yeah, this is his classic Ice Lightning deck. I think I'm looking over, and the only Opus 21 card that I see here is Y'shtola and then the Shiva. So the Shiva is the only really new one, because when he played this deck at Nationals, we already had access to the Opus 21 Y'shtola. So nothing really, really going crazy here, but again, you know, his signature deck, one that he's really well known for.
Yeah. So obviously we saw this on stream twice yesterday, both on the back foot and the front foot, seeing how it can really take control of games. Emperor Castal is also new.
Yes.
Ice Lightning has a lot of powerful forwards, so being able to recur them on a backup that also has other functionality is a pretty powerful effect. So.
And we have Taiki Harigai, also from Japan.
Yep, the last player to scrape in at 4/4. The only player to scrape in at 4/4. He took an interesting combination of decks, I would say. He took the Warrior of Light deck, which is pretty similar to the one that we just looked at, with the exception of the addition of Verena, which searches for your Princess Goblin as it searches for a Job Goblin. But that kind of makes it a little bit difficult to get your 4 colors out really the way you want to.
Yeah. So obviously the powerful part of Arena is it gives you 3 colors in a chain.
Yeah.
And then we also have Minor as well. So theoretically, if you hit Minor into a Verena, you do have your 4
All 4
colors
colors,
there. His forward line is also very streamlined, right? It's a lot of 3-ofs. It's the Iridia, it's the Cecils, Fusoya, Une, Warrior of Light, Zidane, right? It's doing exactly what it's doing. There's no Darkness Manifest here, there's no Arc. There's a lot of powerful cards. Alexander is obviously very strong. Amaterasu, Miss Dragon. Everything these colors give you access to is what he's playing here. So.
Okay, deck B, we have Monsters.
Yeah, again, I talked about it a little bit on stream yesterday. This is the kind of the deck that I played basically all last format, and the big thing that he's missing is because he has it in his other deck, there's no Warrior of Light in here. That's going to be one of the big things that he's been struggling with. That's why there's only 2 Leos. But also potentially why he's only opting for, 2 Miras, even though he has 14. The deck is just kind of being stretched a little too thin here, I think, by by losing Warrior of Light as well.
So obviously the new additions here are Ingus, which is obviously a very powerful card in a Mono Earth shell, and Neo X-Death, which for mirrors like against other monster decks or quite like wide decks. It's a very expensive card, but if you're clearing a board and winning the game, it doesn't really matter how expensive it is.
Yeah.
Still has the off colors of Hippocampus, Lachesis, Go-Go to take advantage of the Leo. If he gets to a point where you have Hippocampus, Go-Go, a lot of the aggro decks can't do a whole lot about that. So see how he goes.
Yeah. I will say that, if he has an advantage in his bracket, if he does manage to make it out of the quarterfinals, he's going to play against Hunter. And while it's not generally considered to be a very good matchup against Ice, against Magisa, the Mirror Zombie combo has proven to stall out just like 5, 6, 7 turns, and that can be enough for Earth to actually find a way back into the game.
For sure.
Okay, so I guess we introduced 12 decks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who's gonna win?
Yeah. Taking a look at the bracket that I had seen, I want to believe after the 8-0 yesterday that Kaka's going to win.
12-0.
The full 12-0. I really want him to win. But I have to admit, I really like the look of Hunter's lineup too.
Yeah, I think Hunter was. We saw him twice on stream yesterday. I think at least. Yeah. He played really well, so I think he's in a good headspace. His deck choices, like you said, like Magista is very powerful. In terms of the rest of the bracket too, I mean, realistically, all 6 players are really good, so they all definitely all have a chance of winning. Kaka's definitely the man to beat. He's in a pretty good position. He's got good matchups against both of whoever wins out of Alex and Zawawa. So it'll be a tough ask to beat him. But it's also worth noting, if we haven't said it already, first seed, like higher seed, does pick first or second, which is pretty huge, especially because Kaka's playing pretty aggressive decks.
Yep.
So that'll definitely give him an advantage that will be tough to overcome. So it's hard to bet against him. But I do think we'll see some pretty good games.
Yeah, I had a brief opportunity to talk to some of the players about their confidence levels, and I must say, Kaka was really confident.
Yeah.
He felt really good after that 8-0. But I mean, who wouldn't? You know,
if he loses now, you curse him.
Then I curse him. But you know, the first place seed is just such a big advantage.
It is for sure.
You know? So that being able to choose whether you want to go first or second, which in this case is probably going to be first for most of the players, is going to be a pretty large advantage. And, you know, Hunter's going to enjoy that until the finals, probably. So, obviously, nothing is out of the question. Any one of these players could still take it all. But
Kaka's
I feel, and I feel pretty good about the first and second seeds too. Like they went 7-1 and 8-0 for a reason.
Yeah, Hunter's only loss was to Kaka, so they both played really, really well yesterday, obviously.
And in that finals, in that matchup that they had together, either one could have come out
for sure.
For sure. Like it was not a crushing defeat for Hunter or anything like that. It was very, very close margins.
Yeah.
Okay, and the first match, I think.
Yeah. I think we have some information for the first match that it's going to be Will versus Harigai.
Okay.
Yeah. So Will Cockhill versus Taiki Harigai, and I'm not sure if we have the player cams up. Let me just check that. Okay. Just a few more. Oh, okay.
I think they're just reviewing the deck list here, so we can talk about what we think they're going to take as their first decks, I suppose. So I think Harigai wants to give Mono Earth as many opportunities as it can get.
Sure.
So I would be surprised if he didn't take Wall first. Oh no, so maybe the Mono Earth first. I think he wants to give Mono Earth 2 chances, regardless of how he takes it. If he's confident in the Wall winning, maybe he could take that first, get a win, try Mono Earth twice. If he's not confident in the Wall winning, perhaps he takes Mono Earth first and gives it 2 shots.
Yeah.
In terms of Will, I think either of his decks would be fine. I think he'll probably take 13 because that's the deck he's most comfortable on. And obviously he is the higher seed, so going first on FF13 is a pretty good way of winning games.
I feel pretty confident saying this is the deck that Will Cockhill, our representative from America, he qualified with 13, and he's come here to play 13, you know. So I have a good feeling that when he's on the play, he will choose to play it. Now, I think it is a little trickier to say what Harigai will choose to do.
Yeah.
He's probably sitting there, if I had to imagine, he's sitting there looking at the deck list like, well, I'm not really sure that I want to take either deck when I'm going second here. I could maybe see if he thinks that his deck with Shantoto, which is the Mono Earth that we talked about, maybe that has a better shot of beating the Final Fantasy 13 deck, especially if Will chooses to go Fang, Hope, Vanille on turn 1 instead of, sparsing it out, or instead of just doing a Vanille Hope. Maybe he can try to eke out a little bit of advantage by getting the Shantoto there.
He does have Cecil Warrior Light as well, which is quite powerful against the 13 deck.
Yeah,
Their first attack is unless they have Fang, not normally 10k.
Yeah.
So Warrior Light does sort of stonewall some attacks.
Yeah.
So perhaps that could be his strategy here. Amaterasu is also really good against the 13 deck. You can Kukulane as well. He has that very good cards against the lightning.
Yeah.
So if he thinks Will's taking 13, I don't think Warrior Light's an awful choice for first deck. I think he's going to struggle with the Mono Earth, but giving it 2 chances to win is the best way.
Right. So. Yeah. I think either way he does, but I think if I was in Huddy-Guy's seat, I would want to be taking the Mono Earth deck when I'm going first, if at all possible.
Yeah.
And maybe he only gets the one shot with that, but yeah, I think I could see going either way for sure. Just gonna
looks like they are deciding their decks here. So for reference again, deck A for Haragai is the Warrior of Light, deck B is the Mono Earth. So he's starting with the Mono Earth.
Yeah.
And Will is starting with 13, as we thought.
Yep.
Makes a lot of sense. So we're going to see the Mono Earth here attempt to try and beat the 13 deck, which again, not out of the realms of possibility. It does have some powerful cards. It does have Zombie Mirror, as we talked about, as a blocker for a long time against the 13 deck. They don't really have any way to stop a zombie.
Yeah.
So they have to kill the mirror off turn is the only real way to deal with it. So if he does get that going early, it is quite hard for Will to deal with.
I've actually had some experience in this matchup, which is not as common as you might expect, but played that out of Masters a few times, and Zombie Mirror can buy you a lot of turns, but also you're still taking damage from the lightning after the third attack. So even if you have Zombie Mirror and you block everything, they've drawn like 4 cards, you've taken 2 damage still. It can be just enough for Spite to buy you enough time to scrape together something for the Shantoto or the Neo X Death, which we see on the screen here.
Yeah.
Or Shinryu is the other big one. However, it can also just not be enough sometimes. They still get their card draw. It doesn't really stop them from attacking because the zombie's only 6k. So.
Yeah, the other thing we saw on screen there too was the Gigas and the Behemoth I think he's playing as well, which are both
he's
pretty
playing
good.
2 of each. Yeah.
Pretty good in this matchup at stopping attacks, giving you an extra turn. At the end of the day, if Haragai lives long enough, he probably will win this matchup. A lot of Earths, like Monthly like Reviving Ignis, searching whatever you need. Once he has enough CP on the board, he can start thinking about casting Neo X Death. The other point from Will's point of view, though, is he is playing that Irvine, which is quite good against Zombie Mirror.
Against Zombie Mirror,
Yeah, and also against, like, removing the Neo X Death from the bin. I'm not sure how much recursion he has, because Kusith is in his Wald deck. But he has 2 Luminous Pumas, so that is pretty relevant as well. Hippocampus, which is on the screen now, too.
So if Huddy can assemble the Go-Go Hippocampus combo, I think 13 has almost no way to deal with it when it's established on the board and dealing enough damage.
Right?
Or I suppose after the Hippocampus becomes live, you can use the Vanille specials, the double Vanille special or something like that to clear the board, but it is pretty difficult, all things considered. The other thing here is that cards like Genova Synthesis and Neo X Death, while they are board clears, you really need to have a lot of backups down on the field for them to work, and 13 doesn't really give you enough time to do that. And so even if you have access to them, sometimes it's just not enough. So I think what we're going to be seeing from Huddy Guy is really as much focus on building up to 3 backups in Shantoto without taking too much damage as possible. And the Saw start here is a great sign for Huddy Guy.
Yes, pretty slow start for the 13 deck. Pitches an Amaterasu and a Gestal.
Yeah.
So it's 1 Amat gone. I think Will's only on 2. Could have been on 3. I have.
Yeah, he has 3. He has three of all of his summons, so he opts for the big Bahamut here.
Yeah, which makes sense. Very powerful card, obviously. One of the cheapest removal spells you have when you have the 13 characters. So yeah, again, a slow start here from Will, but he could have a Vanille in hand and then next turn play a Vanille off a backup, play a Hope, play a Lightning. Not out of the realms of possibility here. So you see Haragai starts with Amber.
Well, that's a good start.
That's a good
already for Huddy Guy. This is better than you could have asked for. You have a guaranteed 2 backups. If he doesn't play the Shinju, that might also lead me to believe that he has Epitaph or Claris as well, and that could really, you really can't ask for more. Even if he does offer the Shinju, he could obviously have more backups in his hand anyways.
So Puma goes, and we do play the Shinju. So plenty of good follow-ups for this. We could have Claris, we could have Animus plus Leatherworker.
And there's still no hope for Vanille for Will here, and you can see him shake his head there in the bottom left corner for a second, and yeah.
He is giving his opponent a lot of time here, which is not what he wants to do. He has a Lightning, Ishtola, so he could play that. Looks like he's going to play something else. Yeah, pitches the Ishtola here. Plays a set of Clan Gully.
Yeah.
So playing 2 backups, not really what you want to be doing on 13 in this matchup.
Yeah.
Not much choice he has on his hand, really.
Yeah. A bit of an unfortunate draw here for our American representative, or North American, I should say, representative. However, if you're a Huddy guy, you're feeling great right now. Like, I don't think he ever expected to have as great of a chance on the Mono Earth deck as what he's getting right now. And I think that does come back to, well, sometimes if you feel like you're unfavored in the match, you take a risk. You take the Mono Earth first blind, you take it going in second, and that's a Claris, and that's 3 backups.
Yeah. Probably searching the Epitaph here. If he already has it, maybe the Leo. Yeah, it is the Epitaph here. I hope that Will, he looks not happy. He can still win from here. It's not definitely not game over. It's not ideal. But 13 deck is still pretty powerful at winning out of nowhere. So if we can draw a hope of Vanille off the top here, we're not in a bad spot necessarily. So we see Lumina, which will get us Vanille, likely. Which again is not the way you really want to do it. You don't want to have to build 3 backups.
Yeah. We'll say that this Claris is a card that we've seen just get way better over the last couple of sets as a Mono Earth backup. It was kind of always in the back seat for a while, as one of those backup searchers that, well, it's really just not as good as Norshallen or Sarah, was a lot of the thinking. Or if you're in Earth Lightning, it was great to search Rampare, but you could also just play a bunch of 3-drop ones. There was Reeve for Vincent and stuff like that, but this Claris has actually really come back in full force and just shows that, a couple of new cards can make any of these B tier backup searchers back into A or S tiers.
For sure. So we do see the Vanille here, which makes sense. I think he'll probably play it.
Yeah, I imagine that we're just going directly back into the deck, but yeah, being nice and clean in our gameplay here and making sure to shuffle.
So now that Ishtola gone. Oh, we played
Fang first. Okay.
Vanille. So that's not the worst. So we play the Vanille for 1. We get Hope here would be my guess, and then see if Fang can Leviturn.
Yeah, and this Fang has just been a powerhouse for this deck. Vanille and Hope individually, I think Final Fantasy 13 is pretty agreed. Final Fantasy 13 would be a deck even with those cards, but the Fang really ties things together. Making the Hope and the Vanille into cheaper cards. And even in this case with the Lumina and Saz on the backup lineup, even just by herself, she's a 7k. So boosting the entire board, Vanille's now up to 9k, and the Lightning in the hand. Ready for next turn.
So we're threatening 4 damage next turn. So Harrogate does have to do something here.
I would imagine he has a chance at it. He does have 3 in the list.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you're looking for. And he knows that Amaterasu is in Will's hand because he hasn't discarded. He searched Bahamut. He searched Bahamut. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
We know Amat's
in his hand.
But also, he knows there's 3 cards and one of them's Lightning. So he is completely free to cast Shentoto here. If he has it, obviously. Can't see his hand much. We know he has an Epitaph, obviously. There's already a Leo in the bin, so he could search a Mirror.
Yeah. Think if he doesn't have a Shanseto, then Epitaph for Mira, try to find a zombie or a Gigas or anything like that could be pretty effective here.
It is worth noting again, I know we said it yesterday on stream, he does run 3 Shanseto, so the likelihood of him having one is actually pretty high.
Yeah, especially with all this time that he got to find one.
But it's whether he wants to go for it here or wait. I think waiting would be pretty risky, especially if Lightning gets to draw a card next turn. Even if he didn't have a Mutt, gets him closer to an Mutt.
Right. And just the mana floating to cast it as well.
Yeah.
Because of the Fang reduction, he'll only have to tap 1 backup to play the Lightning. And, we don't imagine Final Fantasy 13 as a deck that likes to build a lot of backups, but if it has them, it's really good at using them.
Correct.
That is
pretty good at drawing cards. So we go for Epitaph here. So it looks like we probably don't have the Toto, just in terms of we've played an outcosted backup. Possibly he could go for Toto into Mirror, but that seems unnecessary probably if he had the Toto.
Yeah.
Could be looking for Behemoth or a Gigas here to stop the third attack. Gigas would actually be pretty good off the Mirror if he hits it. Stop either Fang or Vanille from attacking.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously he'd prefer removal, but if he doesn't have it, he doesn't have it. We'll see what he does here. Okay, so we do have the Behemoth. And he is paying the extra? Yeah, okay. So Vanille's not going to be able to attack. So unless Will draws a Null, we're not going to have the third lightning trigger here. See what he draws here. We have a Selfie and something.
I believe that is a
I think that's Hope.
Yeah.
So he could Fang into Hope here, or just play the Lightning. He could do both. He could play... Yeah, so he's using the effect...
I think he's gonna go get the Noel here, is it? Or maybe
like
he just doesn't
lightning.
plan on playing the Hope at all.
Yeah.
He's just gonna go for attacks.
He's decided not to add to the board. He knows his opponent has 3 Shengoto in deck.
Right, yeah.
They know their deck lists. Vanille can't attack, obviously. Fang's attacking as an 8k though, so the Behemoth won't be able to block it. Well, Lightning is attacking as a 10 even.
Yeah.
So... I think he wants to see what he draws here before committing to the Hope.
Ooh, and there's one of the Gigas down. That is... Gigas is one of the few tools that the Mono Earth deck has to interact with Lightning on its opponent's turn. A lot of the removal that is available in this deck is... Usually it only works on your turn, or there's just not even removal in general, or just like Shinryu and stuff like that, but Gigas being one of the few tools to interact with Lightning on the opponent's turn, getting hit into the damage here, one of the two, so that could be potentially bad for Harigai, even if it's not a big deal right now, later in the game.
So Will chooses to pass it. Shinryu to damage means that Haragai will not be Shinryu specialing this game at all. He only runs 2. Will is holding up Amat here, pretty obviously. Didn't want to go for the Hope. Could have had enough cards to Hope and hold Amat, I think. But decides to just keep his hand size, keep it healthy, keep Amat for any Shentoto here. Haragai could realistically, though, play a backup into Genova Synthesis here.
Yeah.
But I don't think that he wants to lock out his backups with no Toto.
Yeah. It's interesting that he has the Minor in the in his other deck, the Warrior of Light, and that has been one of the more popular choices as opposed to the Amber is the alternative here as a backup builder for Mono Earth, and without it, it is pretty easy to lock yourself out of backup slots, and maybe he doesn't want to play Genova Synthesis in favor of holding the backup slot open for Shentoto later, but I'm not really sure you have a choice if you have access to it at this point.
The other point is Animist is a really powerful card.
Right.
He could possibly lock himself out of as well.
Yeah.
So see what he chooses to do here. I don't think we know any cards in his hand. We know Mirror. He has a Mirror. This looks like a Toto. Yeah, he does. Yeah. So Will here will most likely Amaterasu this, I would expect. Getting rid of the Selfie or the Aldo.
I guess the question is, at this point, if he also has Genova Synthesis, or maybe an Ingus or something that can kind of help
play
get us
Zombie,
okay.
gets Mirror.
So he's going to take some points of damage here, but he's still alive. So we see we missed again,
yeah, really unfortunate.
That is pretty unfortunate. So I actually know the math because I have played this deck a lot. With 14 targets or 14 monsters in the deck for Mira on average from a full deck, obviously. So not in this exact situation, but from a full deck, you would have about an 85% chance to hit. So it is one of those unlucky 15-ish percents, but. Sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. That's card games, and that's Reveal 5. That's really how Reveal 5 works as a strategy. Is well, it's really good 85% of the time.
So we see Null in the hand. I think he's just gonna play it. I guarantee he's 2 damage this turn outside of some EX.
More importantly, 3 draws as well.
Yeah, that is pretty powerful. Could draw the third Amat here, would be pretty backbreaking for Haragai.
Yeah. At this point, Harigai. He would appreciate a Shinryu, for sure.
Yes.
But he won't be able to S it, and so it's really going to come down to Genova Synthesis and building a big board and trying to stop that Lightning somehow.
So we go with the Lightning first. Mirror's going to block it. It's going to go on Zombie as expected. The Zombie will block everything from now on. But as we said, Will's still going to get those lightning trees.
Yeah.
So gets
We're going to see a lot of damage not going through, but also 2 points going through, and a bunch of draws for Will.
So despite what we were talking about with the slow start for Will, he's actually in a really good position here, which is what we were talking about as well. He can still do the things, right? Off 3 backups, it's still using its 3 backups.
There's the one of Neo Exdeath gone too.
Yeah. So the board clears left now are just Genova Synthesis, I believe.
Yep.
So again, blocks. But he's on 4 now. There's a Larketius in hand. Now that could get rid of this zombie.
Yeah, if you're tempted to get rid of the zombie, and you're going to discard a hand size anyways,
Yeah.
you definitely could just do it.
Yeah. We see an Auto as well. We see a Hope. I'm not sure he wants to add much more to the board, just in terms of
Yeah.
if there's going to be a board clear, there's not much Will can do about it. There's no ammo in hand. There's no way to buff them outside of 8k. Despite Fang buffing them, Fang's going to die, her static's going to go away. So we see the Auto here. I wonder what he is going for here. Probably the Irvine, I would actually expect.
I would think he's going
Or
for
Astinian and warping it.
to warp it. I think
Yeah.
I see him staring at Astinian right now and thinking the exact same thing.
It's pretty good use of his backups, right?
Yeah.
Warp that, play Larketius maybe.
Yeah.
And just
Could actually be on 5 backups. It's 13, which is not
Yeah.
something that I've seen before, but
Yeah.
yes.
And then that's threatening 2 damage next turn, even outside of a board clear, right? So, well, 2
yeah.
attacks at least. And then he also still has the Hope in hand, so he can get the Lightning again next turn if it gets board clear. Decides not to Larketius.
Yeah, I
which is
think
fair
that's
enough.
fine.
Yeah.
I think it's, it's not like the zombie itself is threatening anything.
No, it's
exactly.
the mirrors the issue. If he
This
doesn't
is
have
Stinian, really powerful card from the previous set, Opus 20. Very good at pushing damage,
Yes.
warping in for 1, very cheap. And, we've seen some fair decks with it. Water Lightning Scions, we've seen some unfair decks with it. Final Fantasy 13.
So we see the Ignis here, so
Yeah.
you couldn't ask for much of a better draw than
Yeah,
that.
if you're going to mount a comeback, this is where you start, right?
Yes.
Getting that Genova Synthesis. And I think this will successfully clear based on what I'm seeing.
Yeah, there's nothing in Will's hand that stops this. So, again, a very back and forth game so far, but Haragai in a pretty good position now.
And this is really what the Earth deck is good at, it's not really flashy about it, but Ingus, a 1 CP 9k into a big board clear, and you can just do it, because of Montleonis, you can just do it over and over again. And
Sure.
this Genova Synthesis, in this deck, precisely, it has really started to shine. This card was kind of overlooked a little bit when it first came out, or Mono Earth just wasn't in a very good spot. But with the addition of the monster package, the deck has started to look, pretty good. It's a pretty reasonable Montleonis target, and you only really need to run 1 or maybe 2 of it, especially with Ingus in the mix now.
For sure. So for Will here, we know he has a Sinian coming in. He has a Hope, so he can rebuild his board pretty quickly. He knows that Neo Exdeath's gone. He knows Shinryu's gone. Toto's not getting played again.
Yeah.
So he's pretty free to add to his board.
Yeah. The only thing that could punish him for adding to the board is killing the Genova Synthesis.
Yes.
So I think you're definitely free to build a board and then threaten lightning behind it. But
Yeah, so Go-Go Hippocampus obviously would also be pretty close to game over, but there's not much you can do about that. We see a Lightning and a something.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that Go-Go Hippocampus you can't play it. Harigai cannot play it in the same turn without Leo.
Yes.
And he still only has the 1 Leo in the break zone. We haven't seen the other Leo yet, so
It is a slow build up for
yeah.
sure. So we see, I think that's a null. So we actually do have no Lightning here. But no other hasters?
Yeah.
Outside of the Astinian?
The Astinian is probably going to get in at least 1 point of damage, and then I imagine we will just sack off the Genova Synthesis to try to get it with...
we do have another Amite now. Okay, so that's something.
Oh, okay. I wonder if Will's thinking about removing the Genova Synthesis here.
Yeah, possibly. He goes for the Larketius. Yeah, either of these don't feel great to get rid of.
Either of these, but I think... Oh, I'm not sure about that one. It is...
So
he's going to use the Noel to Dole.
is null break zone, or is it just remove?
I think it's removed
Must be
from the
removed
field,
from the
so...
leaves the field.
Yeah, when
okay,
it
cool.
leaves the field, so that's actually even worse, probably, because now you cannot Ingus. I mean, the Ingus is now freed up to go get Montleonis, but...
Yeah. So we look like the Lightning here, and holding Amat as well. So we're looking at 4 attacks here. Behemoth can be activated, Shintoto's up,
So that's 4 points of damage and a draw.
yeah. So we'll see what order he goes for here.
I think it makes sense to just start with the Estinian because there's just no, there's no chance of anything happening to that.
Gets in with the Estinian. See what Haragai wants to block here. He has to block something. He has to block
Remember,
2
this can
things,
attack
actually.
twice because
Yeah.
it came in from war.
So he has to block twice here. Decides to take the damage first.
Oh, and there's the other Genova Synthesis.
Yeah, is he running? Yeah, just 2.
Just two.
So that is all board clears gone now outside of Gogo Hippocampus.
Yeah.
So it goes to 6.
We're gonna see 2 chump blocks here, I think.
Yep. Null attacks for many. 1, 2, 3, 4, plus 1. 10k, I think. Lightning goes in first.
Yeah, I think Will is just making sure that there's nothing that can go wrong here.
Yeah. So it makes something a forward. Yeah. Attacks with the null.
Get a draw here.
I think it's 11k.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a
That's a squall.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Blocks with the behemoth.
So it looks like Hardy Guy's gonna get another turn here. However,
Will's just expending power, yeah.
it's hard to imagine a world where without Genova Synthesis, without Neo X Death, without Shinryu, that Hardy Guy can actually take back the board.
And even with all that, Will is holding Amat and the fire card.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it looks pretty bad for Haragai here. Ingus into Mira into something else would actually be pretty good here. They
Yeah.
can start chaining those forwards.
I think it's gotta be Montleonis or Ingus into Montleonis. That's really the only thing that I can see that can potentially buy him even another turn, you know, so maybe the Montleonis can go into I don't know.
So you see Zombie.
A zombie in a mirror isn't bad, but that's not going to get without a Montleonis, that's not gonna get you very far.
Yeah. Well, we don't have another haste 13 character, right? So
Sure,
Lightning's not
sure.
triggering for damage. But we do have an Amaterasu, which
Yeah.
he could
yeah.
Amat the mirror here.
Sure.
He decides not to.
I guess maybe this will just buy him another turn unless
And he misses again.
Unless he uses the Noel. Yeah, I don't know. Because if he blocks with the Mira, then the Noel is going to trigger and he gets to dull the Genova Synthesis too.
Yeah, but zombie can
Yeah.
still block everything.
Yeah, oh, yeah. If he uses like a Bahamut on the Genova Synthesis, he can dull the
yes,
zombie
yes.
now too. So, yeah, that Noel is really putting in a lot of work. Not
Sure
like
is.
the haste, especially. Obviously, we all play it for the haste and the unblockable. Basically,
The dull here is.
the dull here has just been really, really strong.
Yeah. So he passes on that. So he's betting on the mirror zombie doing the job. I'm not sure he has another choice.
Yeah.
We saw an Ishtola in hand before as well, which would also just
There's
do
another
it.
Estinian, and yeah, Will brings the Yashtola to the front of his hand there.
Yeah, I mean, outside of some sort of, I'm not sure if anything in this deck can stop that. There's no summons at all, actually, so I'm pretty sure that's just game. It's a vanilla to damage, gives it haste and unblockable. 4k to Genova
4K to
Synthesis,
Genova Synthesis, yeah.
attacks.
And that'll seal
we
up
go
the
to
first
game
game. Okay. Wow,
So we
it's-
see
yeah.
the rough matchup we were talking about for the Monolith there,
yeah,
right? He had probably the best start of the game he could have asked for, the worst start of the game for Will he could have asked for,
Yeah.
and still couldn't get it done. Which is
Yeah.
fair enough. I mean, bad matchups exist in this game.
Yeah,
It's a card game.
yeah.
There's not much you can do about it. He played really well. He did his best. Mirror hit, missing twice. It's really unfortunate as well, actually. I forgot about that. So maybe not everything went perfect for him.
Yeah.
Shinryu to damage, Synthesis to damage. Yeah, not ideal. So now Will is going to play them on ice, either once or twice.
Yeah. And Hariga gets to choose his first painful matchup, whichever one he decides.
He's put A on the board, so I assume he is playing the Warrior.
Oh, okay.
So Warrior Light into the Mono Ice. With Warrior Light going first, I mean, I don't feel bad about it if I was Hariga.
Yeah, he Cecil into Warrior of Light is definitely a really powerful tool, and you know, Hariga has played this Warrior of Light into aggro for like all the Crystal Cup, or sorry, not Crystal Cups, the L3 or Japan Cup and the championships and stuff like that. He was really big on the same kind of Warrior of Light deck, with a really, really strong focus on 4. Last format, he played Sid Palandina as his win backup, which is a great target off of Cecil. This format, he has Princess Goblin, which is obviously also really powerful. Not really on the 4 theme, but still very, very powerful. And he still has access to the one of Rydia here, just for that little power buff. And I think, you know, if he gets the Rydia going, Ice doesn't really have a way to fight against that.
For sure, yeah. So we'll see how we go here. Again, a lot of these games, because Will's playing double aggro, they're going to be defined by the first couple turns, 3 or 4 turns.
Yeah.
So if Haragai can really build his backups, get a Cecil out, Rydia as well, like you said, Ice doesn't really have a way to deal with that. Start casting Kukulane is really actually powerful in this matchup.
Yeah.
Obviously, Amaterasu is as well. Alexander less so. But yeah, there's a lot of good summons here. Backup line also has a decent amount of EX in it. Not a crazy amount. We got Tyro. We have Verena.
Yeah.
Kukulane, Kusith.
Yeah, I would describe it as a healthy EX count probably for a defensive deck like this, but maybe not an overwhelmingly heavy EX count like you would see with the kind of list that Kurosawa was playing yesterday.
Yeah,
with
like
Polaris and King Tycoon and Elena, where you have like 18 EX bursts or something, maybe around 10 to 12 here if I just had to count real quick.
Yeah, we also have the Leviathan, right? So Will's going to play a Rugagine at some point. Leviathan becomes a really good card. So see how we go here. Again, from Will's point of view, we'll talk about from Haragai's. If Will starts Rufus Rugagine, he's in a really good spot. 2 discards. We're assuming Haragai will probably play 2 backups turn 1 if he can. Leaves him on 2 cards. Will could rip those 2, put him in top deck mode. Suddenly the game's really hard to win. So
the way that Huddy Guy likes to play these aggro matchups is go first, open Sarah, and just go for Sarah Kolka. Because if you go for Sarah Kolka, that sets you up for Cecil. And you're totally right that just sets you right up to get
double discarded
on turn 1. And that is probably going to be the name of the game here. However, it's card games. It doesn't always work out like that. You know, Huddy Guy, maybe he draws Verena instead of Sarah, and you can't really mulligan that, can you?
Yeah, that's true. So we see on Will's side here, or something that looks like a Rufus maybe. It's got the Turk symbol on it.
Yeah, that could be Reno or Rude or Rufus.
Yeah.
I have no idea, but I do see the Shinra logo there.
So he keeps, so he's happy with his hand.
Yep. And Lufenian, really strong in this matchup.
Yeah.
Warrior of Light really relies on having a lot of cards in hand so that it can actually play all of its colors, and early discards are really good at disrupting that. So
I think Will's playing Vincent as well.
Yeah,
perhaps?
I believe, yes.
The freeze backup Vincent.
Yeah, there's a one of Vincent here, and then we also have, obviously we have Nero Weiss, which it's not really in line with the rest of the speed of the deck here. I was actually talking about this with Hunter and Will last night, but it's not really in line with how fast the deck wants to go, but it's still good.
It's still good for sure.
Oh, and how do you guys just gonna go straight for the Cecil and hit the Kusith? Oh, wow, well.
So this is a pretty good start, especially if he has the Warrior Light in hand. I didn't see, but if he does, Warrior Light into cracking Cecil into Warrior Light here is a really powerful move. We got Vincent in hand, we got Laswell.
And something we don't necessarily think about all the time is how powerful the wind Cecil is into ice. You know, it doesn't interact with discards, but all of the Dolan freezes, they suddenly don't work. Yeah,
they can't really afford to pay. So see the last spell straight away.
So he's gonna allow the dull freeze, and that's just fine.
So I think that's a Charlotte in hand.
I believe, yes, I believe I see a Vincent, another Laswell, a Charlotte, and a Nero, and then one of the Shinra cards.
Yeah, one of the many Shinra cards.
Which, not really what Will was looking for in this matchup.
So he goes for, so it is Rufus.
It is Rufus, which is good. Definitely really good here.
So he goes for the discard, obviously. Tyro
and we're just gonna leave, That Kusith just bought us a discard, basically. Yes. Looks like maybe we don't have the Warrior of Light. Maybe we do.
We can just hold it still, right?
Yeah, you could get an attack in with the Cecil if you wanted, if you changed before the end of turn there. But maybe we wanted to see what we drew. Maybe there was something else, or maybe we're just trying to buy get a little bit lucky and draw the Rydia before we do the change too.
So I think I saw a Fusoya in hand, which obviously is not helpful right now.
Yeah, I think he opened 2 Fusoyas because he discarded one of them for the Cecil there, and he still has another one in hand.
So we see Princess Goblin here. So that we will have to Warrior Light now if we want it.
And that's bad news for Will, for sure.
Yeah.
He's just going to go straight for the Warrior of Light.
Yeah.
You know, this isn't really how the 4-color Warrior of Light deck was built to be played, but it definitely can play this way. And I think this is really speaking volumes to, you know, how powerful Cecil is as a card. And
So
it's
he's
just going to
go
change
for it
directly
now.
into it, yeah.
Gets the Cecil, plays the wall, and now we have a 10k first striker that requires 2 more CP to Dull Freeze. Like,
That's also going to kill the Lastwell.
just kills Lastwell for free. Yeah.
Not sure if he's going to go for it here, which is kind of an interesting dynamic given that Will has a Charlotte in hand.
Yeah.
There could be something there.
That's true. He probably should do it now, but he doesn't know that he
doesn't know.
Charlotte,
Yeah, he doesn't know. And you know, even if Charlotte enters the field, well, I'll just kill the Charlotte then. You know, it's not a huge deal for him.
We're seeing a Stoller in hand.
You know, Y'shtola is a good card here, but if you discard 2 to play the Y'shtola, you know,
all of a sudden paying 2 for the Cecil.
It's pretty difficult, and it'll just die into the Warrior of Light too.
Yeah.
So. I wonder, like, when do you start considering, well, if I need to get rid of a card in his hand, do I just have to attack with Rufus just to do that? Or this is not the conventional Warrior of Light strategy, but definitely one of the reasons why it's so powerful.
Yeah. So we'll see what Will decides to do here. So it's very hard because he wants to Dull Freeze the wall, probably. Can't do that without paying 2. Wants to kill the Cecil. Can't do that without paying 2.
Yeah.
Can't afford to do both of them. So it's a pretty hard spot here. Lastwell, obviously, he preferred to have attack for the discard. Pretty hard to get that done. So he could Charlotte, Dull Freeze something, and then attack with Rufus, Dull Freeze something. He can pay 2 for both of those. And then that lets him get in with the Lastwell. So we'll see what he decides to do here.
He's gonna go for the Charlotte here, and that's gonna get eaten up by the Warrior of Light, but he can at least get a Dull Freeze on it.
Yeah, so triggers the Lastwell here, pays the 2.
He's gonna pay the tax, and that's an expensive tax.
Yeah. So yeah, gets rid of the
he must
Charlotte.
choose the.
Yeah.
That's gonna let Will do a party attack here if he wants to.
Yeah, he can also just attack with Rufus and pay another 2. It's not ideal, but it does keep the forwards down for the next turn.
The goal here maybe was to. He is going to do that. I thought he was going to try to Y'shtola something away.
Yeah.
But actually, he's going to do that. Yeah.
So they're both frozen.
Yep.
Rufus gets in for a damage here. If this is EX,
that's gonna be two discards. Or sorry, a discard at the end of the turn.
One discard. So Lastwell gets in here, assuming this isn't Kukulane. It's not.
It's not, and Princess Sarah is actually a pretty good hit here, all things considered.
So he had Kukulane.
Oh, there was the Kukulane. Interesting.
But in saying that, I mean, discarding it is roughly the same as casting it at this point.
And Will is doing a really good job of fighting through this, despite how difficult that Cecil cost him 2 cards in the hand,
Does Haragai, he doesn't play Asura,
He does not play Asura. No. So the Warrior of Light and the Cecil are not going to become active here, and he's just trying to fight against
it's likely another two discards here from the Rufus trigger and then from the Lastwell at the end of turn. Obviously Haragai has 3 cards in hand, so he could be holding an Amat and a fire card possibly, which would be pretty bad.
That would be quite difficult to win through, I think, here.
Yeah. No other summons really do a whole lot here. Kukulane obviously is good against Rufus, but when you're pitching to play it, it is the same as discarding a card. So
I believe I see a Reno.
Yeah, there's a Reno and something.
And one unknown card. Oh, I think that's a Lufenian.
That's a Lufenian.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's pretty powerful here. That could be 3 discards.
Yeah, that'll empty Harigai's hand and put some kind of, albeit small, economic advantage on the field.
Yeah, I think Will's just worried about keeping hand for paying Cecil Cat next turn.
Yes.
But it looks like he will go for it here. So Lufenian here gets the discard. So
you can see Harigai's not very happy about that one.
We're going to see the Rufus attack here and discard, obviously. There's not much else that he's going to do here. He could add the Reno back to hand. but I feel like the hand attack is more powerful here.
Yeah, and I think this is a really, really close match as it stands. And if there's an EX burst in these next 2 cards, I have a hard time imagining Will can survive that. But
Yeah, so it wasn't the Amaterasu, so Kusith goes. We'll see how we go here.
So Sarah.
Lastwell comes in. This will empty Haragai's hand.
And a Kuchulain, and that's going
now. No longer
that's like drawing 2 cards almost with that. Because that stops
very good EX first. Yeah.
and he's realizing that. It's like, he did the exact same thing. It's like drawing, two cards. Yeah. Save yourself a discard and
so
draw a card.
You can see here, the wall can kill Lastwell. He can cast something.
Yeah, and I'm looking over the list, and there's not a whole lot here that I can think of for Will to draw that's going to get him past this. At this point, you can pay for the Cecil tax and have Rufus still freeze the Warrior of Light, maybe, but the last wall is going to get eaten up. And actually, I'm a little surprised that we. Oh, okay. We're adding. And that's.
So now we can kill the Rufus.
Yeah, we can kill the Rufus next turn. So I wonder if we're gonna kill the Rufus now. Oh, that's very interesting. This is actually potentially leaving us open to a Charlotte top deck, as Rosa will have to target the Charlotte, I believe. Yeah.
We have a Weiss and a Ishtola. So I think that's pretty close to game from here.
Yeah. Well, there was no Charlotte, and that's pretty close. It's gonna take a few more. It's gonna take another turn. But
I think Will is aware as well.
Yeah.
That's his mannerisms.
He's just moving the hand back to the back immediately. Just like
Activates the Rosa. Next turn he can kill any 10k. So Stola's not doing anything. Lastwell's not doing anything.
Yeah.
I think that's a Unalaska in hand as well. I'd be surprised if Will didn't scoop it up this turn. But play to your outs, right? See if your opponent misplays. But
I think with the Rosa down, the Rosa, Cecil, and Warrior of Light, it's the trio of cards that Ice hates to play against, So I don't think
Yeah.
Okay, and they're gonna pick it up and go to round 3.
So Will gets to go first now against the Mono Earth.
Yes.
Not what the Mono Earth wants.
Yeah.
As we saw in the first game, even having a decent start going second still was really hard for it to win.
It's a great showing from Huddy there with the wall deck, but now he's got to go back to the Earth, and that's a painful matchup. That's a painful matchup to go back to. Especially with Ice on the play. And, the Earth is going to have 2 chances here, but I'm not even sure what combination of cards Earth can open against Mono Ice that beat it.
It'll be hard. But obviously Haragai's a very good player, right?
Yes,
He's been around for a long time.
For sure.
So if he can do it, good, right? Good for him. Will's point of view, he knows what he wants. He wants Lufenian in his opening hand. He wants Rufus in his opening hand. Rufus is really hard for the Earth to kill early. Their best bet is Gigas.
Yeah.
So if he can get that going early, even Lastwell as well is actually pretty hard to kill. So we'll see how we go from here. If Will gets a good opening hand, I think he'll be pretty confident. He doesn't want Rufus Rude, really. That's a be like the Reno Rude. They don't really do too much here.
Just haste threats mostly.
So we'll see how he goes. I think the hand size will be pretty low for the whole game for Haragai. I'd be surprised if he was able to hold much of a hand. So he'll be in top deck mode pretty quickly, outside of Will drawing Brick.
Yeah. And here's the other big thing we see with the Mono Earth deck not able to play the Warriors of Light. That would be a great card for him to have in this matchup, just to have access to it off of Montleonis or, however you can do it. It would be great in this matchup, but without it, I'm not really sure, the first strike pressure and the haste. I'm not really sure that the Mono Earth can stand up to the aggressive decks.
Yeah, and the Mirror Zombie is much less effective in this aggro matchup. Lastwell can Delph Freeze it. Many of the forwards Delph Freeze on attack. So it's not the forever blocker that it was against 13. So.
Yeah, and this Lastwell, we've seen a lot of it since it's come out. But it's really started to pick up again now that it kind of dropped off a little bit.
Well, I think Ice dropped off.
So. Well, we played the last one in Charlotte. There's like the Fire Ice Crystal deck that performed really well. I posted online and performed really well at an American event, and it was good there. But now that we see like, oh, other ice cards are really good, it's been a great member of the supporting
sure.
cast here, you know.
Yeah.
It, especially with Charlotte, which is such a strange techie little combo with a card that it just feels really, really good to have these little weenies that are doing well in the deck.
So again, I feel like a broken record. The first few turns is going to define this game.
Yeah.
It's just the nature of
Aggro,
quicker decks. Yeah. As we saw last game, the Cecil was turn 1. It hit an EX. That was
really
the game,
good,
right?
really, really good.
And then the Rosa and the Kukulane EX. So we have a Snail in hand, a Stola, Physalis, and what's that left one? Some sort of Shinra member. I think he's going to ship that. Yeah, I think that's right. Haragai also mulligans. I didn't see his hand. He's probably looking for either backup searches or some sort of Gigas and Mira, maybe. We see Ragajin on the left-hand side. So we see a Rufus with this. Is that a
This could be a quick one.
Yeah.
I think I see a Rufus. It's definitely a Shinra card. I'm not sure if it's a Root or a Rufus, but...
Pitches 2. Yeah, that's a Rufus.
That's a Rufus.
It's going to be the first discard. We're going to see
And you
the
know,
Ragajin.
how do you guys like, he was prepared. He knows.
Yeah.
Oh, and you can see him smiling in the bottom right corner of your screen there. He's like, yeah, of course, yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, takes it. Second discard here.
Yeah. And this is the Earth. This is what I've been saying all weekend, you know. Ice cards, pretty good against Earth. Pretty good against Earth. And you know, it's not like there's no cards here that can stall the board or do something for Party Guy. He has access to these, you know, Behemoth and Gigas.
He can Toto right now.
So. Yeah, he can discard his whole hand to Shensoto, and that is a very reasonable thing to do if he can do it. But you know, it's not how the deck was designed to be played, and it does not feel good. But it is an avenue for him to,
right?
Yeah. It is an avenue for him to get back into the game, and hey. If it wins, it wins. That is the attitude of the Sky Serpent General Rogajin right there, for sure.
So Haragai's considering here. Obviously, this is a big turn. Whatever he plays here is pretty huge. If he can empty his hand, maybe. But then if Will backs it up with a 2-drop forward that can also attack, he's in a really bad spot. He's taking a lot of damage. There's a lot of 2-drops in Wills. We get Charlotte, Laswell.
Yeah.
I think that might be it, actually.
Well, there's also, you know, Lufenian and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But he has backups, and that's not a Shensoto. It's going to be Go-Go and Leatherworker. I wonder if the plan is to just empty out our hand here.
I think, yeah, if you're not going for removal, you want to be empty because Rufus has taken something.
And it's unfortunate, but that means if we're going to empty here, so we have 5 cards, and we discard a shade to play Amber, so we're going back up to 3. So I don't think you can quite empty without playing a 4-drop here. Yeah. Which is pretty awkward.
Most 4-drops in here just search something, so we're still not going empty.
So it looks like he's just going so 4 cards in hand, and maybe we're going to try to sneak in a Toto. Is that a Lufenian?
A Lufenian and a Charlotte, I think. So he has...
Yeah?
He has a choice here. I think he's going to go for Lufenian, which makes sense.
You know... We've seen this mono ice on stream a few times, and it seems like that Lufenian always is pretty good.
Yeah.
It kind of just gets there, huh?
Yeah, so there goes a card. Rufus will take another card. Very, very difficult from here.
Well, that's an EX first. Hey, that helps. That definitely helps.
It definitely helps.
We can see we throw the epitaph onto the field there.
So Rufus, again, takes a card here. Let's see what it is. Haragai considering. Neo X-Death. Never going to be able to afford that, for sure. Shinryu.
Yeah, and the Shinryu gone. It's not the end of the world, you know?
It's not. I will say, every time we've seen Haragai on stream, Shinryu has hit the damage.
That's true.
That's unfortunate. So.
Hey, that's why you're supposed to play 3 Shinryu.
Yeah. So we have 4 in hand, I think. If my math is right, I could be wrong. Go straight for Epitaph.
So going straight for Epitaph here, I mean, you can get a Mira, you can zombie Mira. I think that's probably the plan here.
Yeah.
However...
As we said before, though, Rufus can Freeze.
Yeah, you can...
but you need another forward for that, because...
Yeah, because you'll sack the Mira first to the Sky Serpent, and However, Rufus kind of does want the discard anyways, so it's not the
Yes.
end of the world.
Yeah, and it's only buying one turn, right? Zombie Mirror.
Yeah, it's gonna buy a turn and maybe not have a huge impact. And I wonder what the best top deck for Will is here. I'm just like taking a look at the list, and I
I
think
think it's Laswell, right?
I think it's Vincent actually.
Vincent would be good too, but
Yeah.
Laswell means the zombie.
Sure. Oh yeah, literally just can't attack.
Yeah.
That's true. And that's Mira
Into a Mandragora, which
with no zombie and. Looking at the Earth deck, I can't help but feel we're teched for the wrong meta here. And hey, I did the same thing at the end of our last tournament, but I guess I didn't see what Will drew, but he
Ishtola
started
and
picking
Physalis.
up. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he has 2 unplayables. He went directly to pick up the Rufus, so I figured he just maybe wants to.
I wonder if he goes for the Dull Freeze or the discard.
Yeah. I think
he wants to go for the discard.
Yeah, the economic pressure here is what's going to get you somewhere, and the Mira, it'll get sacked off next turn if it's not an issue regardless, so.
So see, Will's just deciding here. Probably exactly what we're talking about. Doesn't want a Dull Freeze, doesn't want a discard. So he
He's
goes for the Dull
going to
Freeze.
go for the Dull Freeze.
So he wants to put him to 6. Another Mandragora gone. Not a bad thing. Pretty bad in this matchup. And a
And a
Leo.
Leo.
So we could see a Gigas here would actually be pretty decent.
Yeah, Gigas and Behemoth are solid. I guess Gigas is probably a lot better
Right.
because you'll stop the general and, then you
kill
can
the
kill the
Rufus.
Rufus on the backswing.
It's weak to a Charlotte, obviously. But
Yeah.
we've seen one gone already, so
Yeah.
unlikely. to
But
see
I
another
think
one.
if we rely on Gigas here, we'll actually just die to the Ishtola. Funnily enough, but yeah.
But I'm not seeing much else that we could do. Toto, I think he can afford at the moment. Still died of Ishtola. So, yeah. Trying to think if there's any out. He could play Zombie.
I mean, Shentoto.
Yeah, Toto, you still died of Ishtola though, right?
Yeah,
So-
sure. Like Behemoth or Zombie plus that is
Yeah.
basically all I can think of. And he's gonna stop the general, and this technically works for what he sees on board. He's
Well-
the Rufus is gonna attack, and then we'll animate the Behemoth and trade with the Rufus, and then he's gonna get the unfortunate news here that Y'shtola is also in the
Well,
mix.
yeah, we can mirror the Behemoth though, right? So.
Oh, okay. Sure. So you attack with the Y'shtola first, force the block with the Behemoth, and then dull freeze the Behemoth with Rufus.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah, so
I think
either
it's
way,
still
yeah,
lethal
you're
either
right,
way.
yeah.
Will just needs a little bit of time, and actually, I'm not
Well,
sure.
Haruga has 3 in hand, right?
He's gonna have to pay to activate the Behemoth there.
And then Ishtola will get
And then,
us.
but that'll force the Rufus to attack first. So actually, I think he's alive here, just barely.
Well, he has Physalis, so.
Okay, right. Just dull freeze the Behemoth, yeah.
We thought a lot.
We
but-
thought a lot about the haste, and it was just not that complicated.
Yeah. Activates Behemoth.
And enter sad phase, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, he gave it his best with the Earth, but maybe just stretched a little too thin. I
Yeah.
think by the aggro strategies here.
I think that's what we talked about coming into this matchup, right? The Earth
Yeah.
was always going to struggle.
Yeah.
It's not. That's not the matchups it's there for, right? It's there for control matchups. It has Mandragoras to kill wall backups, that sort of stuff. He played really well. Unfortunate to miss 2 mirrors on the first game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunate on that game to hit Mandragora off mirror, which also doesn't really help.
Yeah.
Will also, obviously, kudos. Played really well.
Yeah. Really, really clean play. Again, we've been saying it all weekend. A lot of people, they like to rag on the aggro. A lot of people don't like it, but hey, look at the difference between, a good aggro player here like Will and, whatever you do with the first stuff you pick up. Obviously, the deck is really, really powerful, and it really, really rewards the players who take the time to understand, learn it, and play it to the highest level of perfection.
Yeah. Really well played. Smart choices, obviously. He's made it all the way to top 4. of
Right,
those.
yeah.
First year of playing.
Rookie
really
of the year,
impressive.
huh?
Yeah,
Rookie of the year, yeah.
Really, really impressive showing from Will. Obviously, he wants to keep going. He has to play Hunter now.
Right,
With
yeah.
your friends.
And they have a mirror match.
Yeah.
And then and I guess we could talk a little bit about that if he's going to advance against Hunter. So they have basically the mono ice mirror match to play, And then Hunter has Magisa and Will has 13. And while those are equally powerful, Magisa has kind of been known as the aggro deck that kills the other aggro decks, you know? And so in that regard, you have to feel like Hunter is a little bit favored there.
Yeah.
Especially with the seed choice.
Getting to choose to go first.
Yeah, getting to choose to go first there is going to be a really, really big advantage. And yeah, it's going to be a little while before we have that on stream. Did you have any other closing thoughts about the match? No, good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think just to reiterate, both of them played really well.
Yeah,
It was
really,
a really hard spot.
Obviously, you know, Hardy Guy has been to Worlds a few times.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you know, a really, really solid performance coming out, barely scraping it out with 4-4, giving us a really good show there with both of his decks. And congratulations to both of the players for sure.
For sure. So we go back at
So we'll be back
PM?
at 1 p.m. JST. So we have the other semifinal match still going, and then we're going to take a quick lunch break, and then we'll be back at 1 p.m. JST. So that's about 2 hours from now. So a little bit of time. This was a little bit of a quicker quarterfinals.
I think they may show the other game.
Yeah, we might have the other game up on the camera, up in between rounds, if you guys are interested in looking at that. But the next commentated game and restarted broadcast will be happening in about 2 hours. So have a good one. We'll see you then.
And welcome back to the World Championships 2023 of FFTCG. Next up, we have the semifinals with Yamada Kaka versus Alex. And
two very strong players.
yes.
Yeah. Two very strong players. Probably the first and second for the averages at World Championship performances.
They're the only 4-timers,
Yeah,
right?
they're the two players that have been all 4 times and, basically always converting to the top.
Yes.
Playing against, I think Kaka missed out on top 1 time, and then Alex has been in there all 4 times. So yeah, 2 giants of the game going up against each other right here. Yeah.
Um,
And they both have a wall deck.
Yep.
yes.
So we have the bracket right here. So
Okay.
Alexander Hancock's, who you're going to see in this match right here, defeated Kosuke Nozawa, also known as Zawa. And Will defeated, as we saw on stream, Harigai. So they will be playing, the 2 American representatives will be playing off camera.
Yep.
And then Alex will be playing against Yamada, Kaka. And the winner of those will advance to the finals.
Yes.
So each player has a Warrior of Light 7 deck, which is something that we had seen. We went over Kaka's a little bit on stream yesterday.
Yeah. We saw,
and Alex's
and
as
we saw
well.
both
Yeah,
of
we
them.
saw both
Yeah.
of them on stream. So what deck do you think each of the players is going to bring first?
I think, as you were saying just before, I think Kaka taking Wall 7 first makes sense. We didn't see his second deck on stream yesterday, but it is a Griever Water Ice Turbo sort of deck. Has a pretty good matchup into Wind. So if Kaka can make that matchup happen, I think he'd be pretty happy.
Yeah.
Alex's second deck, as I was just saying, is Mono Wind. We also didn't see that on stream.
So
Alex wants to avoid that going into Griever if he can.
and I just got word that actually both players have already chosen the decks, and they're both on the A, which will be the Wall 7 deck. So we're going to see the Wall 7 mirror here.
So, again, broken record. A lot of this is going to be defined by what either of them hit off their Wall 7s.
Yeah. In the first few turns, each player is going to play their Wall 7. Whatever they are managed to hit, and however the game develops in the first few turns after those have been played, that's going to kind of define the tempo for the game, I think, here.
So worth noting their playstyle on this deck is a little bit different from observing their games. Kaka will do it turn 1 every time he can. Absolutely. He will pretty much just slam the card.
Yeah.
Alex likes to go to 3 backups if he can sometimes, which is why you see the difference in their lists. Alex has a lot more different name backups.
Yeah,
like the
he has a lot of
Yuke,
functional backups,
Yeah,
like the Moody, the
Gastallion,
Yuke,
yeah.
Gastallion, Emperor Sid.
Whereas Kaka's got all the crystal backups, right?
Yeah, Kaka has heavily favored those crystal backups. They've been very good for the forward Lenas he has.
Yeah. So we see here Kaka goes straight for it turn 1, as we were talking about.
It looks like Alex has the Amaterasu.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's...
Yeah,
he's already played the Amaterasu. Yeah.
Ooh.
Just deciding
So-
what to pitch here.
Kaka's not happy to see that. That's a single Amaterasu in the hand. Or in the entire deck, so...
Yes. So you see Alex here goes for the Lena. Will now have enough cards next turn to play his Warrior Light if he can draw it. Kaka here is not going to have much action.
Well, an interesting... Actually, interesting draw here. He had the Meath, and...
Oh, there we go.
So that's actually going to get him to a Gilgamesh if he wants it. Yeah, and that's
Ooh.
already online.
That's
5
6.
colors. 6 colors.
6.
So a single Light Warrior of Light sometime later in the game, or even as early as next turn, could put Kaka in a great position to
Yeah,
close this
absolutely.
one out with the Gilgamesh. Now, that being said, Alex has his own Warrior of Light coming up.
Yeah. So see how we go here. Yep, straight into the Warrior Light. Makes a lot of sense. We have a Zeramis, we have Gilgamesh, Crystal Backup, Yuzuki. So 5 hits. So he has a lot of choice here.
Yeah. What would you go for here?
I think Zeramis.
Yeah.
And
Keep the Warrior of Light down.
yeah, Zeramis and that's the second thing I think. Yuzuki is not huge in the matchup. It's not.
It's good for the Axstar and not much else, right? And the Ferris, I
and the
suppose. Yeah, and the
Ferris.
Ferris.
But it doesn't protect any of the other forwards he's going to get, right?
Right.
So Edge is not a great value hit off of Wall. You normally want to get it in the bin for later on.
Yeah.
Crystal Backup is a safe pick, right? Gets you
Yeah.
a draw, gets you set up for next turn. And Gilgamesh, Alex is on 3 colors
I
at
can
least.
see at least 3. I'm not sure if he's discarded, because he discarded 2 fire cards for the Amaterasu, and I'm not sure exactly what he discarded for the Warrior of Light, so I think he's going to think this one through pretty well, but looks like he's set on not Yuzuki.
Not Yuzuki.
I would guess that this means out of these 3,
Not Gilgamesh.
he would prefer Samurai and Zeromus, but it's interesting. I would never have thought to take Edge here as a possibility.
Yeah, I think Zeramis is pretty set here. Okay, so he is going for the Edge.
Interesting.
Trying to push in damage, I suppose. Definitely going to give haste. Oh, he could take colors for the Gilgamesh. He could remove 2 cards.
Oh, I see. So he could be potentially considering removing the... Okay. Now that's an interesting and smart line of play. So that's only going to leave 3 colors for the Gilgamesh in the break zone.
So it has haste, which is not irrelevant, but not super relevant, right? It's it's not dull freezing.
Kaka drew 2 water cards, including an Aria, but with the Zero Miss's auto ability, he's going to have to attack with the Warrior of Light, or it's going to get dulled by the Zero Miss at the end of the turn.
And I wonder if, so he passes, Zero Miss dulls.
Yeah, it looks like he forgot and is not happy with himself from that one.
Here we have Alex drew an Alphino and something. Back up again makes a lot of sense.
Now, interestingly, if Alex does choose to swing with all 3, the Ferris is going to be online.
Yes.
And Kaka does have an Aria in hand.
Is it an ice? That's the ice crystal.
That's the ice crystal back. So he has one. Oh, so there's the water one. So, but no fire, so no Ferris this turn.
So he can play it, but it makes it obvious, and also he can keep the Meath frozen down. Gilgamesh here doesn't achieve a whole lot, but it is a first strike blocker. So but in saying that, we have Zero Miss actually.
We have the Zero Miss out, so that doesn't. I wonder if there's ever a line for. I was thinking about maybe if he wanted to play Arya and search for the 4-color Warrior of Light, is there ever a way you can get in some multiple attacks? But with the current options, I think the answer is just no.
Yeah, so we're just
going to draw with the Conjure.
Make a crystal as well.
That's an Alpha Dot, and definitely not what we wanted to see. And again, forgetting to attack with the Warrior of Light there. I think maybe he's a little nervous about this one.
Possibly. So we see Sarah FFL, I think that was.
That is not going to be a haste threat.
No.
So that's another Zero Miss, an Onion Knight, an Alpha Nod, and Sarah FFL.
No purple card for the Onion Knight, so that's not coming down unless he Sarah FFLs for a second Onion Knight.
Yeah.
Not that he would really want to bounce the Warrior Light anyway.
Yeah.
So probably not happening. Can put him to 6. Sarah FFL searches Faris, Refia.
We already do have the Lena and the Warrior of Light out there. So with Sarah FFL, he actually does have access to that Refia.
Yeah. I think that's
so he has to. Oh yeah, he has to discard the Onion Knight and then search for Refia and a card to discard to play for the Refia. So it would be Sarah FFL, Lena, and he won't get the draw, but he would be able to hold it up, which is probably just good enough.
So he decides to just attack.
The other thing he might be thinking of is if he wants to. Sorry, if he wants to search for a copy of Warrior of Light and just hold the Refia in his hand for next turn, which is totally reasonable.
Yeah, so I think Alex is still on Ishtola in this list as well. He's not anymore. Yeah, okay, cool. So there is no guaranteed way to get that 7 if Kaka can rebuild from here.
Yeah. I think the card that Kaka wants to see most right now is probably Cyan. I think that's really a Cyan here would be pretty good for his chances of clearing the board here. Especially now that he's going to know that there's a Warrior of Light, I'm guessing.
Axstar is also not awful here if you can't I mean, Cyan is obviously best choice, right? But Axstar is also okay. You can play Alphino off it. You can Dull Freeze the Warrior Light. You can kill the Edge, potentially.
Yeah. I'm going to guess that Alex's 2 adds here are Refia and Warrior of Light, but it could be 2 Warriors of Light as well.
Yeah. I wonder if he's be surprised at a Faris as well, possibly, just for later turns.
Yeah.
Because next turn that represents a 7k damage with the Warrior Light as well.
Yeah.
But obviously it's on Kaka right now to be able to remove the Zero Miss somehow.
Yeah. And I guess this is the kind of volatile matchup that we hadn't really seen all weekend. I think we'd maybe figured that there'd be more Warrior of Light 7 decks and we just didn't see quite as many of them, but yeah, this is kind of what it looks like right now. It's a little scrappy, depends on what you hit, and...
I mean, Amaterasu was a pretty...
Yeah, and Amaterasu was really big in deciding that the start of this match.
For sure. It's hard to see Kaka getting out of this, but as you said, the Cyan would be a really good card here. So you get another wall, and Ferris.
That's a Ferris, yeah. So I actually think that maybe... Yeah, Kaka with the Cyan here could be potentially a pretty powerful draw and maybe a way back into the game. He would have to overpay for the ability.
So we have Zeramis and no way to cast it.
Yeah.
So
I think it's up to Gilgamesh here, and with the Zero Miss on our opponent's side of the board, he's going to pack it up. And yep, that is just the nature of these volatile wall decks playing against each other. You know, the Amaterasu, they're really coming in clutch for Alex, and I think that would be I mean, it's funny to say it like that because it was the first play of the game that got on the roster, but that was really the nail in the coffin there.
Yeah, well, that plus Alex drawing his own wall the next turn.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously huge, right? There's no way of talking around that, making other points. I'm at was huge there. Alex's choices off his wall were pretty good as well.
Yeah.
So,
seeing that edge line to remove the Warrior of Light to just really get rid of any potential counterplay coming out with the Gilgamesh.
Yeah. So we see here now, Kaka's deciding to stay on Warrior of Light.
Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and take first against Mono Win with Warrior of Light. Think, talking to the players beforehand, spoiler alert, Kaka feels pretty confident in the Ice Water versus
Wind.
Mono Wind matchup, so he's going to try to make sure that he gets the most out of this Warrior of Light and take out Wind as early as possible. And yes, we've got it up on the screen. The key card in this matchup is going to be Luso. How quickly can Alex get to the 7 cast? And Kaka on the play, if he's got another Warrior of Light, it's pretty hard to deal with as Mono Wind. And in Alex's Mono Wind, he does have the Opus 19 Alexander. And the Opus 19 Alexander is, a really, really efficient forward that is really good. A really efficient summon that is great at taking out the Warrior of Light. But you don't
necessarily want to do that.
You don't really want to. You want to use it to cast something for free later in the game and kind of clean up the board. And it's not really a great way of dealing with 2 forwards that the Warrior of Light 7 deck has put onto the board.
So I think if Kaka here opens well, like he expects the decks to do, right? Opens a wall or a turn 2 wall. You need Lulu and Luso to clean up the board.
To really start cleaning up, yeah. And the other big thing that's a little bit different from the Mono Index that we've seen previously is the Shinryu. Yeah, so Alex has 3 of Shinryu in this deck, and he's probably going to be looking for it, and he indeed did choose to...
He mulled, I think.
Oh, he mulled. Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
Kaka kept, I think.
And Kaka kept, and he's just actually going to play a backup here to search for the Warrior of Light for next turn.
Yeah.
So this is good for Alex. I think he would be a lot more hard-pressed to be dealing with a Warrior of Light later. However, this is kind of exactly what you sign up for, the Warrior of Light deck, and it's still really good.
Yeah, for sure. So the other card that's really important in this matchup is Cyan. If you have a couple crystals, Chocobo resolving gets really difficult. Like the bounce Chocobo for the Wind player, Cyan just says, no, kill your target sort of thing. I don't know if it'll even get to that point, we'll see. Pretty good start for Alex there, 2 backups. Yeah. Has a Rosa in hand as well, I think.
And it's not really something that you see from the aggro deck very often, where they have these kind of interactive options. And I think Cyan is a really, really interesting addition there. Not a card that you would have really expected to see in the aggro decks, but kind of has been pulling through for these Wall 7 decks over the course of the weekend. Just in general, been like a powerhouse, I thought, at least when I saw the card, I was supposed to play a dedicated crystal deck with it, but it actually just kind of works with any amount of crystal that is self-sustaining. You just kind of pay 7 or 8 outright for the Cyan, and it tends to work.
Kaka decided there to just play a backup instead of going for a wall.
Interesting. I wonder what he's thinking here.
Yeah. The only risk here is if Alex goes to 4, he can represent Fina as a pseudo Amaterasu. Right?
Yeah, and we do know that in Alex's deck, he does have the one of Fina. I think the thing that he's primarily thinking about here is, okay, if I go for Warrior of Light and I hit 2 forwards, then I'm kind of walking into a Shinryu here.
Yeah. So we have the Stiltskin here, probably into the Evray.
Yeah.
Yep. So the other thing that, there was a Chocomog in hand, so Alex does have access to any card in the deck.
Yes, he could potentially have gotten a Fina here if he had like a Carpenter or something, but is going to both players going to opt to take it a little bit slow. Obviously, that tends to favor Alex.
Yeah, see what Kaka does here. We have the edge now.
Kaka has the edge. That is a pretty important card in this matchup.
Yep. Just removing that Luso, removing summons. Warrior of Light. Nothing to be done here from the Wind side. Ooh.
And Alphanaut and Zeromus. So
not bad hits.
Yeah, I think this is going to open up an opportunity for Alex to have access to the Shinryu off of the Moogle 11, but it is going to be really expensive. And we could potentially get another Warrior of Light or Gilgamesh here to try to tie down some more cards.
So Zeramis here obviously is pseudo counteracted by the Evray, but it is worth noting that it stops the Chocolate getting free counters
Right,
every turn
yeah,
because you have to
yeah.
activate.
And
whatever
he's
the
going to
Zeramis.
have to, like, yeah. He couldn't like use the. If he does use it to reactivate the Moogle 11, then he'll have to discard to pay for the Shinryu.
Yeah.
Instead of just having it straight up.
We have a 1 on the side. For...
I'm guessing.
He's getting ready to add the.
He's getting ready to add Chocolate counters. Yeah. Oh, he's actually gonna bounce back the word. Wow, that's
Ooh,
that's very
pretty
smart,
good.
very interesting.
So now.
So he said, "Okay, you can Shinryu me if you think it's worth it."
Yeah. So yeah, we're just fixing the freeze there.
Yeah. So Alex can Chocomog for Moogle 11 and go for the Shinryu, but he's going to have to discard for the Shinryu and then discard 6 for the Tidal Wave. So
Yeah,
I think he's just not going to go for it here and try to play a more sustained game. Maybe he has enough casts to go through with it.
I would wonder, yeah, I think from this position and this hand size, he can pull off a Lucio 7. Whether that's worth it, we'll have to
He
wait and
has
see.
exactly 5 cards in hand. With Evray, it does seem possible. He's going to have some help from a Rosa or a Carpenter,
Yeah.
I think, to really get
He
to
has
that.
Lulu in hand.
Yeah,
and Rosa.
I think I do see a Lulu and a Rosa. However, that Lulu is a little short on targets.
Yes, it's just the Chocomog at the moment. But we do have a Mog 11 just naturally in hand at the moment. So any card we need. We
Yeah,
have.
perhaps an Asura. Although, if we don't have any other backups, that might be the limiting factor here.
Yeah. We also have Zidane and Alexander, that one drop, I believe.
Oh, okay.
So I think we have enough to dig. However, we don't have a Lucio.
We don't have a Lucio, and I'm not sure that the Lucios, that the 7 cast is actually guaranteed, even if we find it. It is going to be pretty difficult. I think he will at least try to cast 3 to 5 times this turn. Maybe get a lucky reveal off of the Rosa 5 trigger or something like that. But
Yeah, the other alternative is he activates Mog here, searches for a backup, plays the backup. But not a very exciting turn, doesn't really advance his board state. But does set him in a way to play the Rosa the Lucio the next turn.
yeah.
He's doing cast math at the moment.
This is something we have also seen a lot of on streams. Yeah, maybe not this weekend, but
Yeah.
historically on streams, the cast math, it does take a really long time to figure
For
out.
sure. So in terms of Zidane as well, we see that in hand. Like, there's some pretty big steals he could get. Like,
Yeah,
4-color
yeah,
Warrior
you
Light's
could-
pretty
yeah.
powerful. His own Zeramis would be pretty
Yeah.
good too.
On the other hand, there are some pretty awful cards he could steal,
Yeah.
like Crystal Backups.
Crystal
Like,
backups,
Yeah.
like the Aria or another Sara FFL,
Yeah.
both do nothing. Alphino as well, he has no real
Yeah.
way to play that. Looks like he's definitely getting rid of the Zidane.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to figure out exactly what his first 3 casts look like so that he can get up to that Alexander. And I think we're going to start with the Rosa. You know, pretty safe. Pretty safe, I would say.
Yeah. He knows that Kaka has nothing to do. Absolutely nothing
He
to
knows
do.
that Kaka's hand is Warrior of Light, so that, but both versions, and then 1 extra card.
He's also aware that Kaka plays no summons. So,
Yeah.
outside of
So
Science...
Kaka's going to go ahead and cast the count, count the cast for his opponent here.
So he could go second cast Zidane here off the Evray. And that activates the 3 backups.
Yeah, that's not unreasonable. I think we're still thinking about what we need to discard, and looks like we're going to discard Mog 11, actually. That maybe not the card that I would have expected, but...
But he can, if he plays Lulu here, he's getting Chocobo.
Yeah. Also, I guess that means maybe we just need...
Is he gambling on a 5th cast here,
But I
perhaps?
think, yeah, maybe we just need that to do the cast, right? Second cast, get a Chocomog. Use Evray, cast the Chocomog.
Yeah. Activates backups.
Go ahead and reduce Zero Miss or something to 5k. I guess we'll search for the Mog 11, or do you think we're going to search for something else here?
Is there anything else in there? It's normally just the Stiltskin, which is already on
Yeah,
the
so
board.
I'm
Chocobos.
looking. There's the
Fat
Stiltskin, the Chocobo. It looks like he does have a Chocobo, so he
Yeah.
could potentially go for that, or the Fat Chocobo as
Chocobo,
well. I think those are going
It
to
is
be
just
it for
Moogle
that, but it
11,
is just
yeah.
the Moogle 11.
So he has 1 card left in hand after
He has
that?
1 card, so it doesn't look like we're actually going to get to the 5 cast unless we just immediately start pitching it. pitching them. Oh, maybe we're going to cast the Alexander, go to 4, and then see what we want with the Moogle 11.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So we can definitely get to 5 casts. So that's going to be Alexander, draw 2.
4
now. And so Atomos and
I think I saw Atomos and Shinryu, which is pretty awkward, I think, here. So we're gonna have to go ahead and Moogle 11 for a cantrip. I think
You
probably.
can just play Atomos here.
You can. I think we're maybe tempted to Moogle 11 for like Luso to draw an extra card and try to flip something, and
You could also do it for Asura, get the Luso from the bin.
yeah. So
Yeah.
We're gonna go ahead. That's not a cast. Yeah.
So obviously Alex has played Wind for the last like 10 sets in a row, so
Yeah.
he probably has in mind what he's looking for. Probably wasn't ideal to draw the light card, perhaps, what he was
Yeah.
planning for.
Maybe not exactly what we wanted at the time. Still, good card, obviously.
Yeah.
I guess the other thing we could potentially be looking at here is, well, maybe I'm not getting the Luso, so maybe I just get a Typhon.
Yeah.
Maybe I get some kind of removal here, and there's no Bismarck to hit off, so we're not going to get something really, really, truly insane off of that. But Izana would be another thing to think about for a Chocobo. Maybe even if he can't cast it, he can represent it.
Could also just get a Carpenter here. Go to 4.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like he is going to get the Izana. Yeah. Oh, no.
Getting another Alexander, perhaps?
Oh, I believe he only has. Oh no, sorry, he does have 3 Alexander, but he cannot get. Yeah, okay. So he's just gonna go directly for the Chocobo. Interesting.
He's gonna Chocobo the Lulu.
So he's gonna Chocobo. So he. It looks like he is just trying to go for those casts.
Yeah.
We're gonna do 5. Add back the Lulu.
Misses. On
Misses. That's a pretty big miss too.
Yeah.
So we have.
So that turn in general, we have
Yeah.
fixed our hand, kind of, and added a Rosa to the board, and that is it.
Yeah, and I think we ended up spending way more on trying to get there. And I don't blame Alex for this line of play. Obviously,
reasonable.
the possibilities were totally endless with
So
this
it's
line of play.
actually an Ishtola in here, not Shinryu.
Oh, it was a Yashtola. Oh, well, that could be very
That's
interesting. He does know that there's a 7-drop wall in there, so
Yeah.
that's gonna be the 6th cast, and he's just gonna go directly, just try to find Luso on the top. And that's not it. Oh, it's so close. It's an Asura. An
yeah.
Asura and a Chocobo. That is so close. He's 1 CP off.
Yeah.
And he's gonna stare at his hand and think, oh man,
What
where did my
could've
math go?
been?
Yeah, where did my math go wrong? Oh.
So from next
That's
turn,
an Axer and a Gilgamesh. Oh my goodness. So I think maybe we just that's the second Axer. So I could see his I'm sorry. He discarded the Axer before, so he doesn't actually just the one, and then 2 Gilgameshes. Okay.
Yeah.
So I thought we can still Axer into Gilgamesh here actually though, instead of playing the wall 7.
He can.
Yeah. That's going to be the best way to put a lot of pressure on our
do we have a
opponent.
second ice card to pitch though for the Axe Star?
We have 2 Gilgameshes.
Oh.
So yes, we do. We can.
He can ditch the warrior, 4-color warrior light as well.
And if Alex is forced to Chocobo his Lulu here, this could be devastating.
Yeah. Kaka's just taking his time here.
Yeah, I think he's counting the number of elements in his break zone right now. I'm kind of trying to do the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, he also has a crystal.
Sure. Yeah,
2 crystals.
He has 2 crystals, in fact. Now, we can see the deck list here, and both the players should know as well that Kaka has no monsters to get with the Realm ability, which is not always what it was. We were considering playing...
Yeah, I was thinking more
Some
of
other-
the edge, right? If you can remove Luso, and summon
yeah,
from
for
the
sure.
bin.
Okay, he's gonna skip the Axar and just go directly for the Gilgamesh. So this has haste, and I assume that we have 5 elements.
Yeah, with Dull Frozen.
wow, wow.
Day.
Incredible.
So 2 backups frozen now. And 2 more damage.
And a
That's the
Shinryu, okay.
Oh.
Now, that Shinryu probably wasn't going to be... Actually, I take it back. That Shinryu would have been really, really impactful because we're going to Chocobo the Lulu back to our hand, and that could have been a 2 CP Shinryu.
We do have a Shinryu in hand though, so
So the same play applies.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Alex is still working with 3 backups here, and that is just an awkward number to be working with on Monoid.
Yeah.
You really want to have 4 to 5.
So you can start with Asura here if he wants
Yeah.
to.
You really just wish that Asura was making 1 extra CP.
Yeah, he has an Alexander, so he can Asura the backups, Chocobo the Lulu, cast Alexander.
I would assume, and I think Kaka would also assume, that the board is getting wipes here.
Yeah.
You know, the board is getting wipes, and I think we're mostly okay with that.
So we activate the backups.
We just really want Alex to use his whole hand when he wipes
Yeah,
the board, basically.
exactly.
And then after that, at any point, you know, a Warrior of Light into a Cyan, or Gilgamesh could potentially clean up.
So here we have the Chocobo on the Lulu. Draws a card.
We didn't target anything with Lulu, but I think he's just not worried about it, probably.
He targeted Gilgamesh on the first one.
Yeah, he
maybe
targeted Gilgamesh, yeah.
He said what he targeted.
Perhaps.
Goes for the Lulu.
Oh, interesting. We're not going for the Shinryu.
We have the Rosa trigger here.
Yeah.
Gets Asura, probably. Yeah. Well, maybe the Chocobo.
I think Alex is a little troubled by that Lulu. I'm not sure he meant to do that before playing the Shinryu.
So he activates his backups here. He's good in Asura. Cast Alexander. Well, if he's talented, he can just hit Shooter.
Yeah, that is the sure. That is for. I mean, there's plenty of casts here at this
Yes.
point. The board is probably getting wiped.
There's no way he can't lose Lulu. Luso here.
He has 2 more Asuras in hand. That's already
Yes.
Luso, so yes,
Yeah.
for sure.
So I guess he's not Shinryu-ing this
Yeah,
time.
I guess the question is just okay. Well, what do I have after the the Luso? And I think he wants to maximize everything. So we're gonna be really impactful for the Rosa hit here. Gonna say I would like my Luso back.
This is the 5th cast.
And actually, there is one really devastating thing that
If he
could
hits
happen.
Luso?
If he hits Luso, it is optional though, so it will be fine. But if he hits Luso and doesn't notice or plays it to the field immediately, that could be potentially very, very bad. It looks like he's just gonna go ahead and try to activate instead of. So he's gonna activate his backups. Interesting. I would have thought that he would try to get the Luso back
So now we have the Rosa trigger.
and Rosa trigger.
And that hits
the
the
day.
name.
Okay. Just a nice little extra bonus card there. A Gilgamesh, interesting. It does nothing.
Does nothing. So now we can Asura for the second Luso, obviously. Draw a card first, see what's there.
Sure.
Gets the
Another
second
Shinryu.
which is pretty relevant in that.
Yeah, it will be a nice little backup plan here for Alex.
Well, if Kaka has the Cyan, it won't
Yeah.
matter, right? Now casts the Luso, clears the board, draws a card. Zidane will actually get in as well.
Yep.
It's a
Is that
pretty
the
good
third
turn.
Asura. Wow.
This is a pretty good turn. Uses Evray.
I think he's asking, have I used Evray?
I don't think he has yet.
I don't believe he has either, but... And Kaka's like staring at the board wondering like, where did I go wrong?
Yeah.
You know, it's...
So Zidane gets in for another useless card.
Yeah.
But, you know, deck out could be... Nah, it's not. It's definitely not going that way. He's drawing way too many cards. Hits 2 backups to the damage.
Yeah, and I think Kaka's pretty happy about that. Like, okay, did not need those.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see a Wall 7 next turn anyway.
Yeah.
Likely. Uses Evray
The other
here.
thing that
Yeah.
Kaka could potentially be thinking about is trying to cheese his opponent out with a Gilgamesh win, potentially, which is definitely, you know, it's on the table. However,
We don't have 7 colors though, right?
we do not have 7 colors.
There's no light wall.
Unless we can somehow search for and discard a Warrior of Light.
Yeah.
Additionally, there's Asura in Alex's hand, and that will reactivate forwards that are required to block the
So we
Gilgamesh.
have, is it 5 cards?
Yes, we have 5 cards.
So if we can hold the ice, we can actually play Gilgamesh after the Warrior of Light, assuming we hit an Alphano
or an Axe Star or
an
something,
Axe Star.
yeah.
Well, I mean to get the 7 colors.
Oh,
right?
yes,
If you hit
yes,
Alphano, you can get the Light Warrior of Light special and just go in.
Yep.
So... Oh, no, that's not enough cards, right? We can't actually do that.
Yeah,
Never
we would
mind,
have to
don't worry.
hit
Yeah.
an ice card and...
Yes. Alright, well, we can hope.
Yeah.
If we hit Alphano plus a backup that draws an ice card here. Alphano's hit.
Well, we have Onion Knight, which
Onion
is
Knight,
not quite
just-
what we wanted here.
Yeah. So Onion Knight,
He's like, man, I really wanted that Axe Star.
yeah. Onion Knight can bounce, has to bounce something. No, you can choose the damage forward ability, right? And then just not resolve it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I feel like you don't want to bounce.
Yeah, so
anything.
if you choose you're allowed to choose the top ability here and just say.
Oh, he could bounce the Rosa. Actually.
Fizzles. Yeah. You could opt to bounce the Rosa for
But
sure.
then Alex can obviously just protect it. So
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Which
there's
is fine. Maybe it's worth it. You know, say hey, one less counter on the shot
Yeah,
block.
it is worth noting though that Onion Knight obviously is a sticky forward, right? If there is another board clear next turn, Onion Knight will come back by paying the 1 and searching it from the deck. Still not what we wanted, obviously. Not enough to really deal with this board at the moment. He is targeting the. It looks
I think
like
he's
Rosa.
thinking really hard about whether he wants to potentially enable more casts or not.
Yeah. Adding to the hand count is obviously dangerous against Wind, for sure. Alex's hand is also pretty stacked at the moment. Even if he's not casting Shinryu for 2, Wind has some pretty powerful cards to be searching. Kaka still has a search here. He can play a Lena and revive something.
Yeah. That's another potential avenue he has to do something here.
I think Alex is going to protect the Rosa here. Yeah, he has. So I think Lena is probably the best forward if he wants to play something this turn. He does have the 2 crystals still.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the fire CP for Cyan.
Yeah, he could potentially add the Cyan and just be like, okay, well, it's all in next turn. You know, I just don't have it this turn. You don't have any more haste cards, so I'm all in for next turn.
Yeah. So he takes the Warrior Light here for the same sort of thing,
for the same
right?
reason, yeah.
Yeah, so
Just
next
gonna
turn
go to protect
Gilgamesh is
setup
going to be 7.
for the Gilgamesh, and unfortunately, we know that Alex has that Asura, and I think that's getting pretty close to locking up the game because, it looks like he's just going to pass the turn back, and
he could just Shinryu special here, right? And it's over.
yeah, he could,
we know that. We don't know that.
I mean, it's not over if he Shinryu specials necessarily.
Oh, it's only 4 damage.
It's only 4
you're
damage.
right.
However, we know that he'll have the Asura as well, and that will lock out the game here for sure.
So we can see here, I think 2 Chocobos are gone. I think likely the way Alex plays, he wants to Luso again this turn. Oh, he also has Fina in hand.
Yeah, he also has Fina in hand. Now, we can't activate that Fina without playing with the backup. However, we can just go ahead and, I think basically anything at this point will go ahead and lock up the game for Alex here.
Yeah, so we Chocobo here, hit another Luso.
Yeah,
Chocobo.
I think
we hit the backup there.
You hit the backup just because it's like in worst case it's CP, in best case you just
turns on Fina. Yeah. Yeah, it does take the Chocobo. Probably just gonna play it here. Well, I mean, he has a lot of options, right? He has plenty of choices. Looks like he's just deciding what to do. Here's the Asura, Fina, Chocobo, double Shinryu, and Ishtar maybe?
Yeah. He's gonna think through really hard to try to make sure that, anything here just cannot go wrong.
Cannot go wrong, yeah. So
It's gonna be your second cast. I'm gonna go ahead and Evray maybe.
Into the Asura.
Or maybe we could cast, I'm not sure if I saw another backup. It kind of looked like there was a Chocobo Sand there, but it looks like...
Looks like he's casting the Shinryu from that. Cast the Shinryu, activates backups, gets to search Chocobo, probably, if he wants to Luso. Otherwise, Alexander, perhaps?
Yeah. Could just go Carpenter, it's a free cast, get up to 5 backups. You could do basically whatever if you... I think, he's just like, okay, CP, let's go.
Yeah. I mean, he has the special, right? So... if he specials here and he can still hold the Fina, he's in a pretty commanding position.
Yeah, I think that's gonna lock it up if he... We know he has the Fina, and I'm sure Kaka's noticed too. He's sitting there. He's like, he just added Northstal into his head. There's no way. I haven't seen the Fina. That definitely means he has it.
Yeah.
And at that point, Cyan's obviously not on the table, so.
So attack.
Oh, and that's the Axar that he wanted to see off of the Warrior of Light last turn. Gone.
Yeah. Goes with the Shinryu.
You're gonna go ahead and go for the special. Now he will be able to use the Onion Knight here, which is kind of interesting. We can go ahead and bounce that Shinryu. I think Alex is confirming that's an auto ability, right?
So he might Fina that. He's thinking
Now,
about
if he
it.
does Fina that, there's...
He knows that Kaka has a wall 7 in hand.
Yeah.
Is that all 3 Axstar gone though?
That is
It's at
all
least-
3 Axstar
yeah, okay.
gone.
Because Axstar into Gilgamesh would have been good next turn, obviously.
Now, Alex, he has exactly 2 cards in hand, right?
Asura and Fina.
He has Asura and Fina. If he does Fina here, it's not impossible to get through, if depending on how many times Alex attacks. That being said, I think he's wondering really hard, because if he doesn't, then, you know, there's the Onion Knight and either the Shinryu or the Rosa gets bounced, and those are both pretty problematic.
So I feel like
He's gonna go
Alex
ahead and
here, if he lets
check.
the Onion Knight resolve, obviously Zidane dies, right? And he gets to bounce something. It's gonna be Shinryu most likely.
Just asking for a translation on the Onion Knight there. It's like asking, like, what can I Fina? When can I Fina it? You know?
Does he have to pay the
Can I Fina after he pays 1?
He's also wary of the edge in the bin as well, I think.
Yes, I think he's very, very committed to that one.
So he's allowing that to resolve.
And I think this is going to go ahead and bounce Shinryu.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to opt for the Rosa. Wow.
So now
that
Alex
is so
does have-
smart. Now he does have the Asura up.
Yeah. He has a
He's going to eat the onion. This is might buy him like a whole turn though, actually,
Yeah.
because
So he lets that go.
yeah. So that's 5k into the Onion Knight. Now Alex, he can attack with the Lulu and the Luso here. I don't believe that there's any more Onion Knights left in deck.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We put 1 to the bottom, but we just got that one out.
Yeah, we just got that one out, so
Takes the damage on that one.
that's a Ferris.
Which is also now
Interesting.
online if he hits a Ferris
Yeah.
off the wall 7. And chooses not to attack with Lulu.
Yep.
Yep, so we're going to Fina the wall 7 if that happens. So
Yeah.
Kaka has to think
So
about what
Kaka's
he's
gonna
doing
think
here.
about the Gilgamesh and oh,
So there was another Onion Knight.
oh, the two worst draws in the whole deck. Probably no ice for the Gilgamesh.
Yeah. If he
We're
goes
gonna
for
play the wall
7,
7. We're gonna see the Fina, and we're
Yeah.
gonna be sad. I think.
Yeah.
That's,
Oh.
I think that will probably be game.
Yeah, that's it was really close. I think Alex was thinking on that Fina, like,
Yeah.
is this the time? Am I supposed to Fina that? And
Yeah.
oof.
So Kaka only has 3 choices here, right? He can play the backup, he can play wall 7, or he can pass.
Yeah,
Obviously, wall 7 is the highest ceiling out of those.
Yes. But it will run directly into the Fina, and we
Yeah.
know that that's yeah.
But that's limited options, right? Cannot
Yeah.
cast Onion Knight,
Yeah.
cannot cast Gilgamesh.
Interestingly, so Alex with the Asura and the Rosa left over
yeah.
can probably hit 3. Not sure if he can hit 4 casts afterwards, so might be a little closer to fizzling out than we thought.
Yeah.
Or that Onion Knight draw is really just awful. That because if we had one more Onion Knight, we could have
We're
you know
safe for another
a
turn.
save for another turn. You know, the Onion Knight's not as valuable as vulnerable to getting like
Yeah.
like balance or to dry at it or anything like that. It's very rough circumstances. And this Gilgamesh, I believe, is the last Gilgamesh too. So after that, we only have Lena to get it back.
So I think he's going
He's
to
going
attack.
to
here.
attack.
It's interesting.
Uh,
Alex doesn't know that there's not another Onion Knight. Right?
Yeah.
So he's representing this attack.
Maybe
with
he's
it.
saying, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead
I'm
and
gonna get
go
another
for
one.
it. Yeah. Unfortunately, we know that that's a huge bluff, and if this gets blocked, it's,
Well,
yeah.
I mean, there is a world where Alex blocks this and Finas, but
he
did not.
goes to take
Yeah.
it. He goes to take it.
Reasonable. But you know what? Sometimes you have to try and make them have it. huh?
Yeah, and now we're gonna go ahead and discard the Onion Knight for the wall.
Yeah.
And this is a little bit risky because this opens up.
Okay, he passes.
Interesting. Oh, the Sarah FFL is representing the Onion Knight as a blocker
Yeah.
still. So he is not just straight up dead.
No.
To Azadane here is the big thing. And interesting. That's a 4CP Alexander from Alex, which is generally a fine card in the matchup, like we talked about in pregame, but perhaps not into the Onion Knight here.
So I think Kaka is well aware that he has the Fina, right, at this point?
Yes.
After searching the Nosh Island?
Yes.
Yeah. So he's making the safer plays. He's not dead on board for sure.
Yeah.
Not dead to a Zidane either. He'd have to be pretty special to be dead here.
think Alex is now thinking, like, do I have to spend my whole hand to play Rosa and Asura into Zidane and get it? And I think the answer is actually, maybe it might be yes. So this is 3. Asura will get the Zidane back, and then I'm sorry, we'll be fine. We have a fat chocobo to discard, but
Yeah.
that will waste some CP, and it looks like we even have an extra card there.
So yeah, we have the Asura. We
Yes,
have
you drew up to 5.
Fat Chocobo. We have something else. Obviously, we still have to ever activate here as well. Looks like the Asura here. Yep.
Yep. We're looking at the Zidane here.
Yeah, I think it's gonna always be Zidane.
I would like to add this card back to my hand, please. And we're gonna go ahead and discard the Fat Chocobo for the Zidane.
Yep.
There's still something in. It is worth noting that even though these aren't particularly incredible cards,
They
Alex
are
still has
cast, yeah.
and Alex does have access to that Axstar there, which is
Lena off the top.
Lena off the top. So there's no crystals, but again,
It's a card that Kaka would have preferred to see.
yes, he definitely wanted to see that. And also, I am looking here, and I don't think he's going to go for it, but Alex has access to that Axstar that can just straight up kill the Onion Knight, too. And he won't go for it now, but after, presumably, when the Onion Knight dies, that will be an option for him. We're going to go ahead and go with the Shinri first, and we're going to go ahead and take that. And
So we do hit a
nice
Aria.
EX. Okay.
So it adds to our hand count.
I think that's going to be a Lena or a Ferris, maybe. Okay.
Ferris is good there, yeah.
I cannot believe that this game is still... I really thought that Alex had this completely locked up, and Kaka is just really bringing it back from the brim here. I mean, things are still dire for him. It's going to be tough, but he can get back that warrior. He can trade right into that Zidane. He can take the other points of damage. There's only 3 points represented here. He only has to block one of them.
Right, so what are we taking? So we have Zidane trigger here.
So Zidane trigger for a Cyan. Oh,
that's pretty good.
That is
pretty good.
kind of brutal, actually. I'm not sure that Kaka's looking at like, you've got to be kidding me. that is like the worst possible hit. I think he was saying a potential future there, and that was just oof.
So Alex can play Cyan and pay 5. Has enough to do that.
He's gonna go ahead and take it here, and that's the other Lena, and literally every card that he wanted has gone to Zidane or damage here, and it's just been straight whiffs off the top.
Yeah, so Lulu and Luso can both attack here.
And we're gonna attack with the Luso first because the Lulu can turn the. Okay, interesting.
Takes it. I think you forced a Lulu here, probably.
Yeah.
Make him use the Sarah. One less backup for next turn.
Now I think Alex is thinking like, okay,
thinking
so
about
I'm
the
going to
Cyan.
Cyan. How much CP do I have left over? How much am I paying for the Cyan? Should I keep Athena? Should I attack with this Lulu? Am I dead to anything if I attack with the Lulu? Something he's probably thinking about, but
yeah.
I think if he just plays Cyan and keeps Fina here, I don't think anything can go wrong.
He can't go to 5, but he can go to 3, which is enough to do something.
3 will give you 9k of nukes, which will kill the Gilgamesh too, so...
I can go to 4 actually, because he hasn't used every other.
Yeah, true, he can.
Obviously not super effective against the Faris, in that the pings will come back the other way.
You can go ahead and check the text on the cards that he's stolen.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're in main 2.
Yeah, so he's gonna go ahead to go directly into main 2 here.
Cast the Cyan. Triggers on the stack. Just pays 3?
Yep, just a pay 3.
Maybe forgot.
He said, yeah, I'm not going to do anything. So I have 3 crystals now.
Yeah.
And he's pointing at the Evray now, like, did I use it? I'm not sure.
He could kill the Onion Knight now, because he shrunk it to 5 earlier, I'm pretty sure. Did he cast a summon this turn? I think so. He did
cast the summon. Yes, he casted the Asura. The game has come back, but I think we're going to be hard-pressed to see anything here.
So he has his own Cyan now.
Unfortunately, into the Fina I think, you know, Kaka's like, well, the last card in hand is Athena. He definitely would have he definitely would have discarded it for more crystals if it wasn't Athena. So he knows that it's there, and that's gonna block the Cyan, that's gonna block the Warrior of Light here, but Kaka's, well, he's out of options, you know? He doesn't have any Lenas left in the deck. He has a Ferris.
He does have a Ferris, which will search.
It will deal a lot of damage to the board.
Can he afford both Warrior Light and Ferris here?
I believe with the EX burst, he might actually be able to.
Because then he can at least remove some of the board. See, it's hard though. I think if he goes Wall 7 first, Alex will both Fina it and kill it with Cyan.
Yeah.
Or attempt to.
Yes. Yeah.
Which pulls the S out of the hand, which means he can't... I don't think he can afford the Ferris then.
Yeah.
Because if he can get Ferris with 3 Warriors of Light on board, that's a lot of damage, right?
I think maybe the line is if you can't afford both, and it looks like we can, the line may be play Warrior of Light, get Fina'd, discard, play Ferris, but that will... I think that might leave 1 card in hand, or it might be 0, but...
I think we have 7 in hand.
If we have 7, that would leave 1 card for us to keep a Warrior of Light in there. Additionally, we do have the tricky edge as well. It is also possible that he's thinking, okay, can I bait out the Fina with Ferris? Immediately, just like right here, right now, can I just play Ferris? Does that work?
Yeah. Alex does know about the Wall 7 though, because we searched that earlier.
Yeah, we searched that earlier. He does know that the Wall 7 is coming. I think Alex might also be looking at the cards and be like, can you even hit anything on the Wall 7 at this point?
Because no Axstar, no Gilgamesh, no Lena.
He doesn't see 1 Gilgamesh. Now, we know that it's
True.
in Kaka's hand. We also know that he still doesn't have ICP to play it.
So we're going for something here. It
looks like we're going to start with the Wall 7.
And looking what's left over after that.
Yeah, and it looks like we have Cyan, Gilgamesh, and Ferris after that.
Yeah. So I wonder why he's not keeping the wall special here. Because I think there's a world where Alex kills this wall.
Yeah, kills this wall immediately and then Fina's it.
Yeah. And in that case, the Ferris is not doing enough to really damage the board too much. It'll kill Cyan,
I think he is thinking the same thing. You can see he brought the wall back over here. He's like, okay, maybe I discard like this.
Yeah, I think if he pitched the wall there, I think Alex kills the light wall.
It's like, okay, time to get Fina'd.
Yeah. He knows the Fina's there, like, obviously. But, I mean, everything in our hand has an auto ability, so something's going to get Fina'd.
Yeah, and obviously, so just like the Wall 7, if he goes for the Cyan here, because it creates an auto ability, after he pays for all of the crystals, the Fina will negate the crystal effect, and he won't be able to board wipe.
So he does have 2 crystals, so he'd be able to kill a Luso.
Yeah.
Or a Lulu, or 1 forward, basically. It's not very impactful.
Yeah.
Obviously, Kaka is thinking hard about this turn, reasonably. There's a lot of lines, a lot of order to do stuff. Gilgamesh looks like it's going to the bin. There's no Axstar to be hit anyway.
Yeah.
Even if it were to resolve.
Yeah. And some of the older builds were playing Zargabath, but that's not in the build anymore either.
Also can't play Gilgamesh, right?
We can play this any 3 or less. Or is it not ice?
I think it's not ice.
Is it 9 ice? Oh.
Yeah. Regardless, it's not. It's not
a card I was prepared to talk about today, but I inevitably brought up. And this Gilgamesh has really been a star for this deck, but...
Yeah.
You know, both players using 100% of their brain here for this one.
This is a huge turn for the game.
Yeah.
So it looks like we are going for the wall. We could go for Ferris first. Again, try to bait out the Fina.
Yeah, I almost think that I might try to go for the Ferris first, but...
It looks like maybe he is. Yeah.
Because that gives you an extra card in hand, so you kind of have a better understanding of what it is you want to do.
So he goes for the Ferris, and now Alex could Fina the search or the 1 key.
Or neither.
Yeah.
And I think the answer is going to be, you can do whatever you want here. I'm not going to stop you.
Yeah,
Okay,
gives a thumbs up. Goes for
I was
Cyan.
gonna say, I would like you to use one of your crystals to save the cyan, please. He'll go down to 2 and pump it by 3k, and then we'll get the search.
So the search is here. I think there's 4 color walls left, and that's it. And a light wall as well.
Yeah.
All the other warrior lights are gone. Maybe there was another Ferris, but you can't search Ferris, right?
Yeah.
So,
Believe that is, yeah, there's no more Onion Knights, there's no Lenas, maybe one more Ferris.
so now we can play the wall 7, or we can play the Cyan. We do have 2 crystals.
I think he might opt for the cyan here and get the bad news. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it does leave Alex on nothing, right?
Yeah.
In hand.
Yeah. He's grade
And-
1.
Plays Cyan. Trigger on the stack.
Good.
Pays 2.
I would like to pay 4.
4. He's thinking about.
He's thinking about if he wants to use his cyan, and obviously Kaka still has crystals.
Pays 4.
He said thinking.
Yeah.
Now he's thinking, do I want to oh, is Alex thinking about canceling the... No, okay.
No. He's paid the 4.
He's paid the 4. Okay.
He's thinking about Athenaing it.
Yeah,
I think he will.
and I think he should, because Kaka already has 2 crystals. He's like, okay, I'm going to Fina.
So now
And
Alex
Kaka just goes ahead and passes the turn, and
So
Kaka,
now, so
small
it's a
shake of the
Typhon
head, yeah.
and as a Dane.
And I think just about anything will do it, but Typhon especially.
Typhon,
yeah.
Typhon gets rid of the Ferris here.
Yeah, with no Ferris, there's just the Cyan to attack over. You can just punch with your Shinryu and finish it off with Cyan, and that should lock it up. I was just thinking, there's no way this goes wrong, right?
Yeah.
You know, just I have to check everything, but
Of course.
yeah.
Place a Typhon here. Shakes his hand.
An unfortunate end to an incredible run
Yes,
by Kaka, the Masayuki Yamada, the Japanese representative here, with the 8-0 yesterday, but
8-0,
just
yeah.
could not clutch it out against Alex's 2 decks.
Yeah, well played by both competitors again.
Yeah.
I feel like we say that every game, but it
Yeah.
was really, really tight games.
Really sad we didn't get to see the ice water, man. I really wanted to see it on stream, but you know, it's okay.
But
It's
I
what
mean,
happens.
Kaka,
Yeah.
you know, again, he was confident. Into
Yes,
the win,
he was
so-
confident and for the wall. And you know, I think maybe he just had, you know, the hand where he was like, I should wait another turn, and you know, maybe he shouldn't have waited another turn. Maybe he needed to play that on turn 2, and
Yeah, where he played the backup
He played for
instead,
the
right?
backup instead, and that might have been everything right
Yeah.
there, you know. And it's just so hard to say. Sometimes it's right to go to more backup, sometimes it's wrong, and it's just very difficult to
Yeah,
understand.
obviously Alex had the turn where he dug for the Luso and didn't get it.
And didn't get
either,
it, yeah,
so-
yeah. But then, you know, that Alexander EX there, the one card in hand, you know, you see at the end of the game there, he has the one
one
Fina.
card, the
one Fina. And, you know, there was a lot of room to wiggle with afterwards, but, you know, the hits weren't there for Kaka. You know, maybe he waited too long, maybe he didn't, I don't know. Yeah, so
So Hunter Nance.
Yeah,
won the
so
other
Hunter
game.
Nance appears to have won the other semifinal, and next will be the final starting at 2:10. So that's going to be a hot 17 minutes from now. We will see you there. Just a quick short break while the players get a chance to go forward, and we will have Alex versus Hunter back for you in the finals. All right, see you in a bit.
And welcome back to the World Championship 2023. We are at the final table.
Yeah.
Yes, with Hunter from USA versus Alexander Hancock from UK.
Yeah. Alexander, we just watched him win against Kaka there. Legendary player, very deserving spot. I think everybody. Well, I mean, it would be kind of a lie to say, like, no, he had no shot. He was never the underdog coming into this tournament. On the other hand, Hunter, also the highest placing player from his region ever. Kind of a bit of a legend in his own right, Very, very consistent player here on two of his good decks. And looking at the decks, I feel like he's favored.
Yeah. Also, the seed, again, I mean, it didn't work out for Kaka last round, but going to go first, Mono Ice, Magissa will likely both get a chance of going first. Pretty bad news for Alex, so we'll see how he can go from here.
Yeah, Mono Wind, not exactly known for its ability to fight off aggro, as we know, especially with ones such as quick as Mono Ice and Magissa.
Yeah.
And there's always a chance, there's never no shot. But again, I would say that Alex is the underdog here.
Yeah, in terms of matchups, for sure.
For sure,
There's, I think Alex himself would probably agree with that, so...
But I mean, no matter what happens here, we're about to crown
a new
champ or an old champion. Actually, so Alex would be the first time two-time champion. Yeah, he would be the first two-time champion. Hunter would be the first champion from his region.
Yes, he's already the best North American player has ever done, by far. He was before, and now he's improved on that.
Yeah, he's already improved on that, just coming out of Swiss, and then now winning in the semifinals. Improved on that again.
Yeah.
How many records is he going to keep setting for himself?
He's had a hot streak. He's only lost to Kaka all weekend. He already beat Alex in Swiss once. So yeah, I mean, again, he was my prediction at the start of the day. Let's see if he can keep going.
Yeah.
But it should be a really good game either way. Obviously, these guys are pretty friendly with each other.
Yeah.
So
Alex looking over at his list, thinking, "Oh man, oh man." He's staring intently at the cards.
Yeah.
I think everyone, especially from the North American region now, rooting for Hunter, but also sometimes you really just want to see a new person rise to the top, right? And that would be incredible.
Alex wants to keep the stretch. Cool. So we'll see what they go with here. AB as well. We haven't really talked about that.
What do you think?
I think Hunter's taking Magissa first.
Yeah,
I think he's pretty confident if he can get the wall deck out of the way that there's no way he loses to the wind.
Right,
that's his mindset, I'm pretty sure. So the wall deck is worse against Magissa than it is against Ice, I think.
Right. Yes, I tend to agree. Really, the best counterplay that the wall deck the wall deck has against Magissa is Yuzuki and the S ability, and S ability is very limited. Magissa has so much firepower coming out, with the Cyan, the Axtra, and Yuzuki is really the only element of the wall deck that is repeatable against that.
Yeah.
And while it is searchable, it is kind of slow, and it does take a little bit of time to set up, and with Hunter, with his seed here, he's going to be able to choose to go first and try not to give Alex any opportunity to go for it.
Yeah, that is how Hunter lost to Kaka in Swiss as well, was a Yuzuki off of the wall. But I think he picked Ice here. I think I saw the B. So he could be going for the Ice first.
Maybe he feels less confident in that one and wants to try to give it as many choices as possible.
Certainly. Yeah.
Well, actually, Magissa's just favored versus both of them.
Yeah, exactly. So. Right. If he goes here, he goes first. If he loses, he goes first against Wind, and he's super favored. Right. If he wins, he gets Magissa against both of them, and he feels confident either way.
And again, we saw it the last time, and it is going to be the Ice here from Hunter. We saw it the last time. If Hunter does take the Ice here, Alex is gonna have to play War of Light into 3 Amateras's for 2 round for a round, at least 1 round.
Yeah.
So
the important part here with Hunter's opening hand is he can make it impossible for Alex to cast one next turn. Theoretically, it's
with 2 discards, you can prevent your opponent from casting Wall. They simply won't have enough cards in hand. And with 1 discard, you can prevent them from playing a backup that searches for Wall.
And there is a Lufenian in there that we can already see.
And
a Rug and maybe a Rufus.
I think that's a Rufus, a Rug, and a Lufenian, which is really just...
Yeah, so obviously he can't do all 3.
Yeah.
But next turn, he can Rufus Rug after doing this Lufenian.
So, I would like to see what you draw, or what you discard before I choose. I think now he's thinking, okay, well, do I Rufus
Does
on
he
top of
Rufus
this? Because
here?
if you do Rufus on top of it, you're kind of losing out on that rug value. On the other hand, well, I mean, you already casted the discard. You just might as well, right?
Yeah, so he takes the second card, stops him from walling.
And the last card in Hunter's hand here is going to be the Regogene.
Yeah. So Alex goes up to 5, right? So he can actually still wall,
Yeah, if he draws...
but he can't back up wall.
Yes. So he's
But he
just
has
going to
no
go
wall.
ahead and go for the Ceremobius, I think? Or sorry, the Cera FFL. I don't believe he has... Yeah, he does not have the Light Warrior of Light just straight up.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to discard 3. I think he's going to keep the Multi-Warrior of Light here, maybe?
Possibly.
Unfortunately, if he does... So he's going to keep... Sorry, I didn't get a chance to
I don't
peek
know
at what
what
he kept, but this is going to put him up to 3 cards in hand. And he's going to have to discard 3, so any discard here, actually, or a Dull Freeze like a Last Well, would prevent him from casting the Warrior of Light next turn.
Yeah, last one would be pretty devastating right now. He has a rug which doesn't add another discard. He could play Terra. Terra would actually be really good.
Yeah,
as well.
Terra would be good. Any of these kind of, say, the single
Vincent.
discards or Dull Freezes would be quite good. However,
Yeah.
that's going to be a Shantoto and a Nero, so the Warrior of Light looks like it's going to come down.
Yeah. Well, no, he has 2 cards in hand, right? So
No, he's three cards in
three.
hand.
Yeah, okay. So
Because the Sarah
yeah.
too. So he's considering, would I rather keep an extra Warrior of Light or... Oh, and an Aria
the
EX person. Hunter's not happy to see that. You can see the head shake there in the bottom left-hand corner.
Yeah. I mean, the EX count of the World Deck is not healthy. It is Arya and Lena,
Yes.
and I think that's it.
Yes.
Takes the Faris. It's a
It's
hit off
obviously
Axstar.
really good, but...
Yeah, so if the wall hits Axstar, he has a target for it now, which is something. Hits another EX.
That's...
Wow.
Yeah. You see Hunter like...
Wow.
I'm not happy with that one.
Yeah.
So we have Refia in hand, Alphino. Alphino's definitely going for this here.
He's like, oh, man, yeah.
Yeah. 5 count, hits 2 on the first 2 damage.
I guarantee you, the banter is incredible between these two right now.
Hunter does not look happy. Alex looks, on the other hand, very happy man.
I was like, whoa, what's the problem?
Yeah.
You know?
So I think if he thinks he's hitting Axstar here, he keeps the Alphino, otherwise it's going. But he also has the Faris to play off the Alphino if necessary.
Yeah.
He also has the wall special still, which Hunter knows about. So it'd take a pretty impressive whiff here for Alex not to be in a commanding position.
That's gonna be Setzer and Onion Knight or a Gestalion Empress. So that's not a whiff per se, but that's not really what you wanted to see.
No.
The Onion Knight here, actually quite good. You know, bounce the Regogene to the hand. Now the Regogene can obviously come back down next turn.
But
if
that's
you-
not-
But it's not a whiff
Yeah.
for sure. He's like, what does this card do again?
So you could take Setzer here and remove something. I don't know
Yeah,
what
I'm not
it is.
sure. It's like the break zone. All the cards went to the break zone so quickly that I didn't get a chance to review.
There's a
exactly what's in
Zeramis,
there,
but he can't afford it. So he does go for this. So he can search a Terra here or a
Choose off the
Cyan.
Setzer first.
Yeah, so
I would like
Axstar.
Axstar, please. Maybe a Zero Miss.
Oh, so you can actually cast Axstar here for the Faris. Because he's searching.
True.
He
Yeah,
can search
yeah,
Terra
yeah.
and then pitch the wall.
Like the
He can also cast the
Axstar and the Refia. The Refia's not quite online yet. We're missing one Warrior of Light, but you know we have the Ferris. So I think he's
Yeah.
thinking, well, next turn, if I get that Refia down, it's game over.
But if he casts Axstar into Refia, he clears both forwards.
Yeah.
So that's just.
But
like-
you can't. What do you mean if he casts Axstar and Refia? Sorry.
So he has 3 cards in hand, a 4-color Warrior Light, a Refia, and this Terra. Pitches Terra and the Warrior Light to play Axstar from Setzer, which plays Faris from hand.
Yes.
And then 9k to the Regogene and 7k to the...
Yeah, that'll clear it up.
That's what he's doing, I think.
And then next turn we're gonna get the.
Yeah, so it kills both forwards.
Said, okay, we're all dull frozen, and what do you want to do with this? I'm gonna deal.
7 there, 9 there.
Yeah.
And that
And
gets
Hunter's-
pretty hard for Hunter. It puts him on 0 cards in hand, so the 2EX was really important
Yeah,
there.
and we go ahead and pick that up already.
So here's where it gets interesting, right? The wind is not favored into either of these matchups.
Yes.
So despite Alex having a pretty good run there with a double EX, he now has to try and win against either of these decks with wind.
Hunter's shuffling his A and B choices, but I don't think it matters because Alex doesn't have a choice to make.
I think it matters in that whatever he thinks is worse,
Right.
he should play
Well,
now.
No, I just mean he could just say.
Oh, yeah,
I don't.
yeah,
and then he
yeah,
has
yeah.
to display the card except for the stream. So, dude,
So go
okay,
to
I'm just
ice
gonna go
again.
ice again. I guess he feels very, very confident in his Magisa play.
Magisa, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's his deck.
I think
right?
that's very fair. On the other hand, I think if it was me, I might have been tempted to take the Magisa first here because I think the ice is
It's
pretty close to
definitely
unlosable to the mono wind deck here.
So now, yeah, we have to play Wind twice. Wind going first against Magisa is not awful, but also
Yeah.
Hunter's playing Yuzuki's, right? Mm-hmm. Which is
Yeah.
a pretty good way against Lucio, but Alex is playing Shinryu.
Yep. Yeah. So Shinryu is going to be, the card that Hunter is going to be thinking about when he's playing Magisa.
Yeah.
I think when he's playing the ice deck, it's not irrelevant, but not as much. You're even if they play it for 2, they're never gonna have enough to tidal wave. And
I would be impressed if Alex wins this matchup with Ice going first.
Yeah.
It's not impossible, obviously. He's shown that all day.
Yeah.
Nothing's impossible. But it would take a pretty serious effort to win against the Ice going first here. I mean, pretty early on, he's going to be taking off any chance to do 7 casts. Even 3 casts is going to be pretty hard. He's going to be on hand counts of 2 or less, if not 0. So see how he goes here.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing is, how well can Hunter kind of clear his headspace? Be like, okay, I'm down a game, but I'm still advantaged.
Yes,
Here. I mean, I might not have the tempo here. I'm going first. I kind of wasted my seed right there, but I'm still advantaged playing these 2 decks against Mono Wind.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think if he can really put that aside, keep it cool, then he still has a really great shot at taking this down here.
So he mulligans away first hand, and now he has a Reno, a Shentoto, maybe a Lufenian. Is that first card Lufenian?
Kind of looked like a Lufenian to me.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think we might be snap keeping it if it is a Lufenian.
Well, he's
I would
already
say.
mulled.
Oh, he's already mulled. I
Yeah,
see.
that is a
That is a
Lufenian.
Lufenian.
Okay.
That's a Lufenian and a Lastwell, which are 2 of the best cards
Correct.
against Mono Wind.
So opens with the Lufenian.
Now the question is, are we just going to last? Or if we do Lastwell, we'll have to freeze our own Lufenian. That is a mandatory ability. Something that many an aggro ice player have gone for. But that's
Goes
that's a
straight for
Rufus.
Rufus, so-
And we have the Lastwell follow up in hand. This is going to be
Pretty powerful opening. Yeah.
This is what what Wind players hate. This is what Wind players never want to see.
So we have Chocobo Sam here. Obviously, it's nice, but he doesn't know that what's coming is a Laswell. So
Yeah.
it's going to take him off the odd cost. He's going to discard a card to Rufus. He's not going to be able to cast Fat Chocobo
Yeah.
next turn unless he ditches his whole hand.
Yeah. This is what the Wind deck wants to do. It's just not really how the pacing of what it wants to do. It doesn't really want to discard all the cards that it has in hand to cast in order to get the job
Yeah.
done.
So it could be also Chocolate here if he's worried, but no, he does go for the Fat Chocobo. So we're going to lose a card to Rufus. Likely we're going to, unless he draws double Rugagine, lose the backup to Laswell. And that's going to be pretty bad. Can't lie. Ishtola and something. So not double Rugagine.
Yeah.
Goes in for the
I'm
discard.
gonna go ahead and say, please discard a card. Alex is gonna go down to 2 cards in hand and
Hits
take
Typhon.
it. Yeah, okay. That's a pretty good hit as well. If there could have been something an Alexander here, like in the game against Kaka. And there we go. There's the Chocobo Sam down, and Alex is like, yeah.
I think Alex
Now
knows
he can,
from here.
he can discard his whole hand for the Fat Chocobo, and he's at the mercy of top decks for the rest of the game, basically.
So we're having double discards now every turn that these folks live.
And actually, the Rufus, as odd as it is, doesn't really matter quite as much because it can start adding back the Reno. Now, this is one thing that separates Mono Ice from a lot of the others, like, an Ice Lightning or an Ice Water like in Kaka's build. You can't really fit the other Turks.
Correct.
Not only they're odd cost and they're kind of awkward to play, and you just don't have the deck space for them.
This
but
is
in this deck, it converts the Rufus trigger into just straight up CP.
Yeah, it's a neutral play. You don't need them to have forwards or cards in hand. You can always do positive value. So we got Ishtola, Lufenian, and Shantoto in hand.
Yeah, so that Shantoto's gonna be online. He immediately fans out the break zone. Oh, what do I want?
Yeah. So we can attack with Rufus here. Take the Reno.
Gonna go ahead and go for the Shantoto quick first, and he's gonna add back, I would imagine, Y'shtola. Rufus isn't a bad ad. The only really bad ad here would be Reno.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
pointless. Yeah.
He's gonna go ahead and grab that Y'shtola. He might even just try to haste it in. He's reading the card, you know, like
He's
this
definitely
has haste,
considering
right?
it.
He's just gonna go ahead and play it. Yeah. Like, I'd like to go to attacks. Get back my arena.
It is worth noting that he could have done Last Well first in case of an EX, but they would discard end of turn anyway.
Yeah. I mean, Alex can come back here and, you know, Shinryu is pretty good, but he's just going to go ahead and pick it up.
That's how we expected the ice matchup to go.
Yeah,
right?
that's basically what we expected, and we're speedrunning finals, baby.
So now we have Wind versus Megisa, which is actually a pretty interesting matchup.
Now this will be where everything's for me, and you know, Alex, he's got the tempo back now. He gets to choose to go first, which is a huge advantage.
Yeah.
Like on the play against Magisa, you have no counterplay for the Magisa triggers. You have nothing to threaten besides, like, I don't know, Shinryu, I suppose, but there's really not a lot to do. Once you can start playing off backups, it's a little bit different. You know, it is possible to Luso pretty easily. Actually, I shouldn't say pretty easily. A lot more easily on turn 2 than it is on turn 1. Now, of course, Hunter has probably played this matchups more times than anybody else on the planet.
Yes.
Yeah, he is the Megisa aficionado, and Mono Wind was a meta deck for a really long time.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot of experience here. He knows that the way that you lose this matchup is, you know, playing too quickly to all to the board and getting Shinyu'd, and or letting Lusa resolve on a full board. And, you know, the thing is, I think a lot of people don't understand this stuff. Yuzuki is really, really annoying for Wind to deal with.
Yeah. It's the one of Typhon or Dryad, I guess, can kill it, but it needs to be like a 10k Dryad to be able to kill it.
Yeah. This card is kind of crept up slowly but surely, you know. It kind of checks a lot of the right boxes.
Especially with Tybus now,
Yeah,
too.
with the fire water, you know, it hasn't really shown over time since the first wave of multi-elements. It's not been a particularly competitive set of elements to be played together. There are a few exceptions, but usually those are, you know, Warrior of Light decks, and that makes it difficult. But this card, it feels like it had a bunch of hidden text at the beginning. At first, you know, we knew that it came out of Megisa, and I was like, well, you know, that's okay, that's pretty good. But we didn't really know that it was going to come out of Tybus, or that Megisa was going to become its own incredible archetype, or that it was going to help protect that archetype against Luso.
Yeah, for sure. So, see Alex going first here. 2 backups, pretty much what he wants. Ishtola gone, and Chocobo. Reasonable early discards. We've seen Ifrit in Hunter's hand and Lakishus.
I believe I just saw Meat there.
Okay.
And Ifrit, so
Dolus as well, I think.
that's going to be Megisa if he has a multi-element. Now, does he have an enabler for it or not? I can't quite make it out. I say, yeah, a Yedalus and a Larkishus and Ifrit. Oof. Not sure.
Some other cards. A lot of fire cards.
2 cards in hand, right? Yeah.
A lot of foil space on them. Yeah. So he knows he's safe to do anything here. There's no.
There's no. I mean, Dryad, if it is the last card in hand, could deal 4K. So he could potentially. He might be thinking, well, if I deal 3K, he can't kill Megisa, but you know, corner case stuff for the most part.
Goes ahead and plays the Meath. Discards.
It was a Furion. Yeah, this is another one of those things that, well, it doesn't really come out of Megisa. You wouldn't really expect it to be there, but
out of Tyvus,
it is really good against the Tyvus.
Comes out of Axstar too.
Yeah.
As we saw on stream in the Swiss rounds. So.
You know, Hunter, he looks a lot more focused than in the game 1 of this series, and you know, he knows. All right, I know exactly what I need to do. He's mastered this deck.
I think he split a sleeve, maybe, or it's upside down.
Yeah, he might be asking for a new sleeve.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. There's a whole host of sleeves and judges, and they'll get that sorted out real quick.
And we got plenty of time. We got a 40-minute time limit here. These guys are, and they're pausing it as well, actually. So.
Yeah. So just a brief delay. So while we have this delay, tell me what jumps out to you about Hunter's Megisa list. That's maybe a little bit different than what we had in previous.
Yeah, sure. The Cyan for sure. So he was playing Cyan. I don't think Mike was. If he was, it wasn't on stream. Cyan is just another way to use your CP to activate Megisa or clear a board. It's obviously a hard forward to kill. It will survive Luso if you have a crystal. Yeah, and then obviously the backup line is a lot of more searches than activators. 3 Meath, 3 Eodalis, which is both a searcher and an activator, one plays it from bin.
Yeah.
2 Mont Blanc, which is another activator, which also doubles as removal,
Right.
and the Laquishas.
Yeah.
Hedgehog Pie, I know someone in chat was talking about why Hedgehog Pie over the new bomb. Hedgehog Pie is better at setting up straight away. You just discard the cards and you can activate Magissa on your opponent's turn, whereas bomb is a little bit slower in terms of having to discard a card to use it. I know you get another bomb back, but they just prefer to have the 3 Hedgehog Pies immediately.
I think if you have 2 Hedgehog Pie, then Bomb is a lot of times better.
Yeah.
If you go 3 Hedgehog Pie, that's something that Bomb can't replicate, and that's when it really shines. And you can see here, he was patient with it. You know, he didn't just immediately go get Magissa and start firing off. He held the Hedgehog Pie in his hand first. You go ahead
Alex
and play the
just
Magissa.
goes for we have the Magissa here.
And I didn't even notice. That's not really what you want to see from Alex's side, huh? That was
Pretty
probably the fastest turn I've ever seen.
timid
but
turn,
yeah. Yeah. And the Squalgon as well, which, you know, is not the most important Magissa target, but also a noteworthy one. I think it's a little more relevant that the Cyan and the Furion are gone. Those are potentially powerful cards against the win strategy that are missing. However, the Squall maybe not quite as much. Though
all 3 1-ofs as well, actually.
Yeah,
so
all 3
they're just gone. Outside of Eodalis, obviously, they are just gone. So we have the Hedgehog Pie here. He's searching for a second one.
Hedgehog Pie.
Has a
Looks like he is going to go for the Hedgehog Pie, so maybe Bomb would have been better in this exact situation, but still, just fine.
Yeah.
You could also, this Hedgehog Pie is technically still on the stack, so he could potentially use the Hedgehog Pie on the Magissa and then go for it.
He's used the Hedgehog Pie on the Magissa there. 1 card left in hand.
Yeah.
Possibly 1 CP for it to use it on Alex's turn as well.
Yeah, I think the bit on process of elimination, we know that it's 1 CP effort, so he's just going to go for the Guts Go here. Now we do have a Hedgehog Pie on our opponent's turn as well, so we can choose what we want to do based on what Alex brings to the table.
So see what we remove here with the Guts Go. It is a ward.
Not bad.
New card, powerful card for Magissa. Obviously activates Magissa and also deals 7k to opposing forward if necessary.
Now the Ifrit does only deal 5,000 right now. It doesn't deal the double 5,000. We are 1 short. However, we are representing Yuzuki here with it.
Yes.
And it could potentially do more on the following turn as well.
Yeah, we also only have 2 forwards. We haven't over added yet, so Shinryu is still full cost.
And, you know, that might have been something that Alex was thinking about when I think I can actually see the Shinryu in his hand. It might have been something he was thinking about. He's like, well, I only have 2 backups, but I have a Shinryu, so I might as well keep that and maybe getting a little bit punished here.
Possibly. Shinryu for 5 here is not a great play for Alex. So he has a draw off the Chocolate. I see a flip 3 Chocobo and Alexander. Ways to dig, but nothing really to be doing at the moment. Especially with no Rosa on the board. Only 2 backups anyway. No Atomos. There's a Chocobo Sam as well, actually. So he could just go for the backup line here.
Yeah, I mean, taking 3 damage against Magissa, not the end of the world, but kind of a little risky. So you might be thinking about, like, well, exactly how many backups do I play if I'm going to? How many cards do I need to leave in hand to get to the cast?
So we see the Shinryu there.
Hunter is going to see the Shinryu.
Hunter is in no rush to add a 3rd forward, right? He doesn't need to. He can hold it. He can just keep attacking with this Gutsuko and add the 3rd forward when he's comfortable that the Shinryu won't punish him too hard. Adds a Lulu. It's also worth noting Alex is probably going to add forwards to the board if he's adding a Lulu, possibly. So the Shinryu gets even harder to become 2 CP at that point. So I think he's considering the Chocobo Sam here. If he goes Fat Chocobo, he goes to 5, but he dumps his whole hand and is sort of at the whims of his top decks.
I think it might just be Chocobo Sam for a Chocobo Summon or something, and waiting out an extra turn, seeing what trying to fish out what Hunter wants to do here. So many lines with this, and without seeing the full hand, it's very difficult to figure out exactly what Alex is thinking about, but You know,
There's
every
an
cast is so
Asura,
big too.
Another Asura as well.
I believe I saw an Asura.
So yeah,
He's gonna go ahead and activate for Evray.
I think that means he's playing.
That means he's playing the Sam and,
Yeah.
and just
Just passing.
He does have that Shinryu in hand still, so Hunter might go for the Hedgehog Pie at the end here and let Alex
Yeah.
put the Shinryu down.
Depends if Hunter had the read on he didn't get Shinryu because then I would add a forward, or he didn't get Shinryu because he already has
I think
one.
he's definitely been thinking about Shinryu the entire time
Yeah.
here.
But now he can't afford Shinryu and Tidal Wave, right?
He cannot, but does that really matter? Is the 9K ever just good? You'd say, I add another Shinryu and now you have to kill it. And even if you kill it, I'll have another Shinryu next turn.
Yeah. Gets the Chocobo summon. Okay.
Yeah,
Fair.
Alex removing EX Burst from his own deck a little bit. Yeah, maybe.
He's already used Evray. Okay, so we fix that up. Hunter is now thinking whether he wants to use Hedgehog Pie or use Ifrit. Use Megissa off turn. Probably getting... what's another neutral forward? Alphino, likely. Yeah, I think that would be the choice here. Maybe a Yuzuki just, like, preemptively. But Alphino is the other neutral play as well. Yeah, it looks
We're
like
gonna
he's
go
doing-
ahead
it could be
and
Bosch.
go for it.
Could be Bosch as well.
Could be Bosch or Alphinaud, and Alex is looking up like, no Dryad.
Yeah.
Now I'm interested here. Do you think after this resolves, Alex is just gonna go ahead and play the Shinryu?
Yeah, I think so.
You think
well,
so?
he has 4 in hand, right?
Yeah, he has 4 in hand.
It depends what Hunter gets, right?
Right. I think so Hunter
gets-
is going to get an Alphinaud or a Bosch. It's
Yeah.
one of those two. And then what do you do
Tyvus.
after? There you go, a Tyvus. A nice little backup plan into the Shinryu.
So now Shinryu does nothing, right? Because Tyvus searches Axstar, it's gonna lock Shinryu down, or just kill it.
Yeah. I'm curious here, like, do you play Shinryu and add Dryad? That is a potential line that I think that will turn off the
Nah, he
Megissa,
just
basically.
passes,
He just goes
yeah.
ahead and passes. Interesting.
So now we have the Tyvus into either Yuzuki, Axstar, Ward.
And that's an EX burst for Alex, and Hunter gets in the little wave.
Probably the Moogle 11 here. Yeah. Okay. The other option was a Stiltskin there, obviously to search the Luso. But Alex will know that he has ways to get a Yuzuki on the board, so not the most powerful. Does get 2 cards back now if he does Shinryu special.
Says go ahead. Now Alex, do you think he's gonna Shinryu, or I think we're gonna see a Luso this turn. I think the Shinryu's not going for Tidal Wave. I think he's gonna go for the special.
Yeah,
Or
but we
sorry, he's gonna go for the
know
Luso.
Hunter has the Ifrit still, right? I think.
Yes.
So
That's why I'm a little worried
Yuzuki?
for our
Okay,
friend here.
He's going
but-
straight into Shinryu.
Well, I'm not gonna mod it.
There's no
Okay.
Amaterasu.
Now Alex has this big decision here. If he goes for the Luso or if he goes for the Tidal Wave. If he does go for the Tidal Wave, is that a winning line? These are all calculations he has to make.
For sure.
It is nice at least that the Evray is gonna reactivate the Chocobo Sam or the Mog 11, and that's going to give him a nice even count for the Tidal Wave.
You can also draw off Chocolate and use Mug 11 special.
Yeah, that is another potential avenue, just discarding 3 if he wants to improve his hand. Maybe more likely to do it next turn if he was going to discard, but it does seem like his hand is pretty good.
Yeah.
I think he might actually, I might have stuck a peek there at another Shinryu in hand already. And if that's the case, then
Gets to search
he
whatever
gets to search
wants.
whatever he wants right now, yeah. It does kind of seem like he's considering, I see a Rosa.
Rosa. Yeah, I see the Rosa there. I don't think he can go for a big... Well, he could. He could go for a big cast stone if he
He
wanted
could go for a big caster. It is a lot riskier, you know. If there is an Amaterasu here, or is, I mean, even if we know that the Yuzuki could be coming, obviously the Luso's a lot worse, but he goes for the Carpenter. Interesting. So that's going to be the third cast for Rosa, I think. So we're going to go ahead and play Rosa.
Yeah, pretty easily play Rosa here. Cast Carpenter, have 4 backups.
And then go for the Tidal Wave
Tidal Wave.
afterwards. So I think he'll go ahead and go for the Rosa, just build to the board a little bit more, you know, start pushing that forward advantage a little bit at a time.
And he also has the Moogle S for any follow-up after that.
Yeah, yeah.
I think he's, in his mind, he needs to clear this board. It's too threatening.
Yeah.
And it's not like Hunter can add to it, right? In terms of if it's a tidal wave, there's no forward in Hunter's deck that helps that.
Yeah. You know, Hunter's looking at me like, can I add an Amontrosity to my hand real quick? It's like, okay, are you looking?
Summons, yeah.
He says, okay. Alex is like, that means no, Amon.
Yes.
So he goes ahead and puts the 3, thinking, okay, I guess my turn's not over now.
Yeah.
Now it's not another Rosa and, again, another Shinryu there. So
I wonder if he thinks he can get away with a Luso and then a tidal wave.
Yeah, perhaps, yeah.
I'm not sure he has the CP to pull that off, but if he did, that would be a good way of taking a lot of resources out of Hunter.
I do think if he has a Sura and, like, a Luso in his hand, then maybe it's possible. However, you know, we know that he can't, if he does play the Luso, he can't chuck it back to his hand and play it again, because
that's true.
We have that Ifrit, and I think Alex is thinking the same, like, that is just way too greedy, surely, right, you know?
So
I think that was the 3rd Shinryu, I'm pretty sure. Saw him squeeze that off the top.
That's a Norstalen?
Oh, is that a Norstalen?
Yeah. They're all very.
It was very foily.
There's a Lulu in hand as well, so he can keep going. He can play Lulu, get Alexander, play Alexander, flip the top, see what he gets. He could also just Shinryu S and make Hunter think about it. See what he wants to do, yeah. Because Nostalin doesn't really add much. There's another Rosa in hand, which is obviously dead at the moment. Mog 11, and then the Shinryu. Yeah, so that's the full hand. So there's really not much going on. Unless he Lulus and Alexanders and hopes to get something. So,
yeah. I think at this point,
it looks like that's what he's going to do. So
Lulu's basically a given, you know, your 4th cast here.
Yeah, so he gets Alexander here, and then he can also mug special still.
Yeah, yeah.
So he can Luso.
You know, worst possible case, at least Hunter gets the 2 cards back to his hand, but with the Cyan gun, I'm not sure that he has a way to just, you know, push through like 4 forwards, you know, that Alex is going to be presenting to the board. Especially when they're all 3 cost and don't get Del Frozen by Axstar.
It's interesting. After this Alexander and Mog 11, he can still tidal wave. So after all this, he can still tidal wave, which is important, right? He can still.
Yeah, and I think Hunter's.
Has he used Evray yet either? I don't think so, right?
He did to play the Chocobo Sam.
Right. Yes. Yeah. No, that was last time he played.
Oh, was it the last turn? Maybe he has not yet. So we have the Rosa flip, and that's going to be a Zidane. We're making sure that we're resolving things in the right order. Yeah. Zidane.
So Zidane first.
Yep. Hunter's holding, his hands up here. I think. And Hunter's, he's thinking, I cannot believe I've lost this. Yeah.
And that's
rough. And
the best card he could have pulled off the top.
Definitely a whole host of cards that are just unusable in mono land, and maybe the best possible one that is usable.
Very powerful.
Not only that, you know, with this here, Alex now, with the Lulu out, Hunter can't actually ping his own Megisa for 5k because Lulu, any summon from Alex will set it to 5k, and then he can't use the key anymore.
He cast Alexander. I didn't see who he targeted, but he must have targeted something.
He must have targeted something. It might already be 5k, but even if it's not, he can make it 5k in response a lot of the time, and that's going to just be enough. And Hunter's just thinking like...
Ifrit's the Zidane.
Go into combat, go ahead and Ifrit the Zidane. And Hunter's just like... Oof.
So Alex could Moogle 11 special here for the Chocobo and save it if he really wants to. I guess that's the only thing he's really considering at the moment. He could also Tidal Wave, I guess. I don't know why he would do it now. So nothing can attack. I think Alex is pretty safe to just pass here. He could Tidal Wave.
Alex could Tidal Wave if he wanted. At this point, well, like, is there even a reason to?
Yeah.
You know, I don't think he's feeling, he's not sweating it. He
So he
could.
has an Everate, so he's Everating now.
He can also, if he has Choco Mug or a Mug 11 in his hand, he represents Fina too, in addition to the Amaterasu. It's just...
Yeah, he does have Fina now, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hunter's just asking if he
They're
used
just
Everate
checking.
instead.
Yeah.
I don't think he did. I think that's right.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Kaka felt it last round. Hunter's feeling it this round. Is it just destiny?
Destiny.
It is just destiny for,
He draws the second
for
Armat.
Alex to be the second here, yeah.
Yeah, draws the second Armat, which is nothing, but probably a turn, or definitely a turn too late. It would have been nice last turn.
Yeah. I think Hunter's feeling it here. He's like, well, I mean, I can't not attack.
Yeah, well,
so...
Gutsco going in is obviously good, right? Even if
Yeah.
he blocks a Shinryu.
We've got a handful of cards, and Alex is like, sure, take your 3 cards, bro. You know, it's
Yeah.
just like... And I'm just like, yeah, I mean...
He has Ifrit.
Yeah, you know...
He has the 3 CP Ifrit that buffs the forward. So
yeah,
he can
yeah. He can
the trade.
position. He's like, this doesn't activate on my turn.
Yeah.
Yes. You are safe. And
Yeah.
you know, the 3 CP Ifrit is going to be good against the Rosa here. Trade for the Shinryu and get in, but the momentum is just completely gone from the Megisa sales.
Yeah.
And it is going to be great.
I don't think it's bad here.
Yeah. I mean, he still definitely has a shot.
Yeah, but sure.
But-
yeah.
but-
he's about to add 3 cards and remove 2 forwards from Alex's board, right? That's not like that's pretty good.
Yeah.
It depends if Alex decides to Fina this Gutsko trigger though,
Yeah.
to keep him away from the 3 cards.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you can definitely do that, and it's definitely fine. And Alex might be tempted to do so. And I think Hunter's like, well, at least the Fina's gone, you know, like at this point.
Yeah. Alex is obviously considering here. I mean, like, he has another Shinryu in hand, right? So, like, losing the Shinryu is really not the end of the world.
Mm-hmm.
And if he loses the Rosa as well, he can just Chocobo the Lulu. And then he has 0 forwards, and then he can play another Shinryu.
Yeah.
And then he can Tidal Wave again.
Yeah.
Or not, Tidal Wave for the first time.
Yeah, and Alex with Moogle 11 in his hand is just thinking, well, he's playing with his entire deck right now, you know, so he has the Fina, he can go get Chocobo, he can bounce, you know, the
Rosa.
Sorry, the Rosa or the Shinryu back in this case, and I think bouncing the Rosa is going to go ahead and remove all the targets, so that's going to just make it a Guts Go thing, but he might just think, you know, maybe he's just fine. I think maybe he might not see it, or maybe he's out of Chocobos. There's like a few things that could happen. He's like,
There's 1 Chocobo in the bin.
yeah, there's 1 Chocobo in the bin. But if he does have that Mug 11, I think he's just gonna go ahead and Chocobo that back, and that's gonna be more than a wrap. You know, the Rosa will be safe back in the hand. The Shinryu won't get. It's pretty bad, I think, because the Guts Go ahead just runs into Shinryu. You don't kill either of them this way.
Yeah, but you do get to...
Reset. You take a bit of tempo back.
You can play the Parum, right? And you can Megissa...
Palom, yeah.
Palom, and then get Ward and kill the Shinryu still.
Yeah. It's definitely possible.
But that also adds... It's only on his
You
turn.
say my turn only.
So
yeah.
he is Chocoboing.
So he is Chocoboing. That's gonna fizzle the Ifrit here. Gutsco is gonna go into the Shinryu, and he's like, I would like my cards back. Would you like to
thinking
Fina
about
me?
Amateuracing this, I think. Yeah, he's
He's gonna Ahmad it, so... He's using the Ahmad on that, and those cards are just stuck in limbo forever. Those
They
they don't go to the break zone.
yeah.
They're just stuck in limbo forever. And you know, there are worse boards that you can have, but you're kind of hard-pressed to find them here. You know, you really wanted to be ahead on board state here.
Yeah.
You know, even if Alex just does nothing and just takes 2 damage here, goes to 5, if he just Tidal Waves, you know,
Yeah.
he's feeling pretty good.
I think he's always blocking the Megissa,
Yeah.
right? Like, there's no reason not to.
Yeah. Because the other thing is, if Hunter has 1 more enabler, he can, like an Ifrit or something for the Megisa right here, Y'shtola could do some really good cleanup duty and push into 5 as well.
So we know he has a Tyvus in hand and Almat, so I don't know what his third card is.
He's gonna put the Lulu in front of the Alphanod. Now let's see.
If he attacks with the Megissa.
We have Tyvus and 2 other cards in hand.
Tyvus, Amat.
And he's gonna pass back. Oof. You know, you really wanted to see like a Y'shtola come out of the Megisa there. It's very unfortunate.
So we have Asura here. We have the Rose, obviously, that we just picked up.
Yeah.
We have the Shinryu.
And I think Hunter is hoping, like, you know, best case scenario, he tidal waves me, goes down a couple of cards, and just has a couple of dead cards in his hand. But I think what's going to happen here is Alex is going to play Rosa, cast a bunch of cards, and then still have tidal wave up at the end, just like we saw last time.
Yeah. So he goes with the Rosa first. This could be a Luso turn as well, pretty realistically. There's a Chocomog in hand, which gets us a Moogle 11, which gets us any card in our deck. Asura is the second cast here. And we are getting...
With the Rosa, Asura, Lulu, we're going to go ahead and put a counter on Chocolate, go up to 3 casts.
Yeah. So I think we can definitely Luso this turn for 7. Hunter does have an Amat in hand, which means he's not going to lose his board, but he still gets to draw the card.
Yeah, the Rosa is going to go ahead and reactivate. He's thinking, like, what am I going to do? And then, you know, Amat's going to go, and then if Alex wins, he can still clear the entire board here. And, you know, it's never over till it's over, but I'm feeling pretty good about Alex's chances of picking this one up at this point.
Yeah, he's in a pretty commanding position from here. Hunter's pretty low on cards. Obviously, he still has a Tyvus, so he can still follow up with an Axstar next turn, or a Yuzuki, or a Ward, but it's feeling pretty rough. So we get the Alexander back. Cast Chocomog. Goes to 4. Targets the Magissa. Gets the Mog 11. Now we can say, well, maybe not. I'm pretty sure he's getting the Mog 11 here.
I wonder if he's even going, like, trying to go 7 casts here for the Luso.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think he's pretty safe to go for Luso here.
Yeah, I mean...
But he gets Stiltskin instead.
Yeah. Well, the Stiltskin still gets the Luso as well, so that is, He's going to go ahead and untap.
So
it's like Hunter's not going to opt to unlock that, Start with some extra drawing.
Gets the Rosa trigger. Hits an Azana.
That's an Azana. And I mean, you know, Hunter shaking in his head here. The Luso is coming down either way. But it's a little bit of extra salt on the wound there, I think.
Gets a Chocobo here. Hunter's just shaking his head. You know, Stiltskin's coming, which means Luso's coming, which means his board is dead, but he does have the Amat, so the board's not actually dead. But now that he has the Chocobo, he can actually Chocobo the Luso.
In addition to the board being dead, he's going to have to discard to Amat to just try to force it, and then he's going to get Chocobo, and it's going to happen again. And you know, the words, they're written on the wall. You know,
for sure.
We're about to see our first 2-time world champion. I think that's.
It's certainly looking likely. Yes.
Yeah.
So Luso comes in. The draw's on the stack. The 7 casters on the stack. Hunter's looking at it. If he doesn't Amat, he does have more cards in hand for next turn, and he knows he has the Chocobo, so he knows it's just going to happen again. So he just lets it happen.
Yep, he just lets it happen, and you know he's thinking. I mean, maybe there's something. Maybe I can manifest my own Shinryu in my own deck here now at this point, but Alex has the Fina even.
Hits with Shinryu. Tyvus goes to damage. Uses Evray on the Mog 11. So now he can search anything. So Fina.
Hunter's gonna look at his top 2 cards, and I have a feeling.
Yeah. So if he plays Tyvus here, I think Alex Mog 11's Fina and just says the game is over. He has a Magissa. I don't know if he has a Magissa activator or not. He doesn't look happy with his hand, obviously.
Yeah.
His games have gone pretty rough. Is that Warrior of Light, maybe? There's a Warrior of Light.
Yeah, I think I see a Warrior of Light and a Yuzuki, maybe.
Double Amat for the Tyvus. It just has the Fina.
And he extends the hand.
Yeah.
Wow. And that is Alex Hancock's fighting his way up.
Yes.
Going second every match. No one thought he had it in him. Everybody said the whole time, you know, he's unfavored in these matchups, and he just proved that that's not it. You know, that doesn't matter. I am the 2-time world champion.
Whoa.
That is incredible. And you know, if you had asked me at the start of day 1, what deck do you expect to win the world championship. I would not have said mono wind. I can guarantee I would have thought, maybe wall 7. Yeah, I could totally see that. Mono wind? No. There's too much aggro. Look at all of the double aggro players in top. But he made it happen.
He made it happen.
Yeah. He had that really, really incredible game against Ice. Hi.
Alex coming in.
Yeah, and we will actually have Alex in for an interview in about a minute or so here. So just some closing thoughts. Magisa, just so close, just couldn't get it across the finish line. You have to wonder what would happen for Hunter Nance there if he had taken the Magisa first and then the Mono Ice second against the win. And I'm not in the seat. I don't know what was right, but you have to wonder.
Yeah, sure. You also, first game.
The first game there was just, it was difficult, but is Magisa really better on the draw? I don't know. There's a lot of discussion about that online, and you never know what the truth is there. But really, just incredible stuff from Mono Wind, and the Warrior of Light deck too is a little bit different from Kaka's list. They were both really, really powerful on day one of Swiss there, and just really, really cool stuff. The Refia there and the Ferris coming in clutch off of the Setzer.
Sure.
You really saw those kind of one-ofs and specific tech choices make a big difference there.
Yeah, for sure. The 3-drop forwards have a lot of utility as a part of them.
Yeah.
Just really powerful cards. Really good gameplay again all day today. Obviously, some luck towards the end. But that's card games,
The
right?
one of Amat in the semifinal match, just incredible. Match-changing stuff right there. Really, really incredible stuff.
But again, well-deserving winner, right?
And
he got to the finals for a reason.
We said it was the second time.
Second time.
You can say anything you want about a first-time world champion.
2 times.
No respect for the first-time world champion, but a second-time world championship winner, that's incredible stuff. You can't deny that. Really, just an incredibly skilled player.
Yeah.
Coming out here. Thought he felt bad about it. Felt he went through an awful gauntlet during Swiss yesterday. And he's not wrong. He played against so much aggro with Mono Wind, but in the end,
pulls it out.
A little bit of luck, a lot of skill. That's really how you manifest those kinds of wins in unfavorable matchups. And I think we could all learn a little bit something for that. It's really easy to get frustrated. When you lose to aggro and stuff like that with your control decks. But hey, a little bit of luck and a lot of skill will get you a really, really long way.
We are just waiting for Alex to come in.
Maybe catch up with the chat a little bit. It looks like, 2-time world champ from the Brotherhood Games. I bet, a little proud from there. Yeah, can't wait to have 2 signature Alex. Somebody mentioned in the chat earlier. He has the very funny opportunity to have 2 Winzidings.
No, Bart was his first one.
You're right. You're right. That's true. He can make it happen.
He can make it happen.
All right, we've got our champion right here. Hey, buddy.
Hey, guys. This is what I like in here.
All right, quick round of applause. Yeah. All right, we have some questions.
Yeah, so congratulations.
Thank you so much.
How do you feel right now?
Yes.
Yes, he feels.
Okay, so it's been a while since 2019 to have the World Championships.
Yes.
How was it fighting people around the world?
This was a tough year. The format was both forgiving and unforgiving. Best of one is tough. It's never been best of one at a World Championship before. But the fact that we could make it in by going sort of 5-3, and even Harry got 7 on the 4-4. There was a weird moment yesterday where there could have been 3 4-4s in the top 6.
Yeah.
It was good in a way because it meant you could, your 2 decks, one could just underperform and one could just go well and overperform, or you could be Kaka-san and just both decks completely overperform in Swiss and annihilate everyone. But yeah, it was. It's obviously. It was great to be back, and I guess you got to give me a few minutes till I can tell you what it's like sitting back here in this position. But
Okay. And so we had a new set, and it was a new environment, new meta. How did you practice for this set? Yeah.
So what happened? I got to Japan 2 weeks ago, and it was kind of it was my first vacation with my wife. I got married this year earlier in June. So the last thing I wanted to be doing was running off playing FFTCG all throughout the trip. So I told her, look, we're gonna have good fun for a week and a half, and then sort of we do Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's my time to try and figure this all out. So Thursday, I sat down with one friend. He lent me all the cards for the Warrior of Light deck that I was playing, because I hadn't thought to bring most of those with me. I wasn't sure if I was going to play a deck including that card. And came and tested with more of my other friends at a different venue. And finally, with about 2 minutes left on the clock before deck submission, finished with it. And I was wondering yesterday going into it, am I going to be happy with this? Is this going to 0-4? It's going to be my worst performance ever. And well, as you've hopefully seen on the stream, that deck was sick.
Yeah.
So did you have any other decks that?
Yes and no. There were like options in my head. All I knew is I was going to play a win deck. People who know me know that green is my color, even more so than some people. And the second one was like, could have been mono lightning, mono earth, could have been something, I don't know, boring, just a general mono color deck. And I was almost this close to playing mono water again and playing a very similar lineup to what I did at the European Championship. And I was like, nah, this one, I want to do something cool. I can't take complete credit for the wall deck, but it was a great amount of fun to play. The changes I did from the initial lists I saw, most of which I'm happy with. And yeah, that deck was overall, as much as the games were over pretty quickly, very fun to play.
Any?
Yeah, so you mentioned that, green has kind of been your color for a little while now. And this time you had mono win. I know at Euros you played ice win. What was really the deciding factor there for you?
I can't quite put my finger on what it was. It was like, I'd just been playing it a bit after the European Championship, because I missed being able to play Chocobo Sam, which realistically, in my opinion, is one of the best backups in the game. There was something, especially with the Carpenter card that got released last set, being able to go Chocobo Sam and Carpenter in hand and then be on 4 backups on turn 2, still with resources, was like an appealing thing. Mainly the Ice Wind was like, I didn't expect as much Ice Lightning as there was at the European Championship, and Sid Hayes was a huge factor in those matchups. It made it from fairly strenuous to pretty easy as soon as you got Sid Hayes down, because it was quite hard to remove that card, dole freeze their forwards, stave off the pressure. So in Mono Wind you are under more pressure, under more of a clock. It's just a little bit smoother, and the addition of Shinryu, as you saw on the stream just now, was huge. That card, this weekend, because I knew there was going to be like Kaka-san, I knew I was likely going to be playing the Warrior of Light deck. I knew Hunter Nance would be on Magisa. Because I know a lot of these players, I can tell what the room's going to look like. I wasn't trying to over-tech for the room, but Shinryu just seemed like more a solid call than putting ice cards in my deck.
Yeah, cool. No, not really. We already talked a lot. Your wins deck, right? You were really confident all day. Day one Swiss, really underperformed in your words. Were you feeling like regret about it before today's matches? Obviously going into double aggro twice in a row.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't know how to play anything else, Nathan.
Yeah.
So it's like if I had not played Wind and just played something else, I might have just got 0-4 instead. And honestly, looking at the way I looked around the room at the start of after round 5 when I lost to Kaka-san very, very quickly, and there was only like 3 ice decks and one other like aggressive deck, which was Magisa, and I played against all 3 ice decks and the Magisa deck, but I still was able to beat 2 of them. And I also was able to beat Magisa on stream. Again, I was very fortunate they didn't have the Magisa turn 1 in both of the games with the full combo. But man, that's just card games, isn't it? That's just what happens sometimes. Sometimes you get a bit lucky.
Oh, and so you get the second signature PR card.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Have you decided?
The first player to have 2.
I thought about it very briefly before the final. On the off chance I did manage to luck my way out of it, I have a card I'm considering. It's not a good card. It's a very old card. I think it would be funny. I think it would be apt. I don't know if it will be that card.
Oh.
I'll take some time to decide. But
okay.
There you go.
yeah,
Keep us all in suspense.
I'll keep you all in suspense for now. We'll see where it goes. Maybe I decide on something more sensible. Maybe I just do something for me this time.
You have any other wrap-up thought? You know, shout-outs? Anybody you want to thank? Any other like thoughts about the event in particular? I suppose.
For me, for a long time now, my Final Fantasy career tournaments, not very little, but there's been so much input from other people. You know, a lot of people I would call dear friends. That Warrior of Light deck. If I had turned up to Japan on Thursday and not come here beforehand, I probably wouldn't have learned about that deck in time. I wouldn't have known about it. I would have probably come in with Mono Water and got smashed or something like that. And then, yeah, there's been so much input from other people that's given me a lot to think about. People that are here in Japan right now, people that are back home. Obviously, I'm the one sitting here, but honestly, it's a collaborative effort. And if you know, watching this, anyone around, if you know you've helped me, which many of you have, thank you so much. It means the world to me to be sitting here for a second time because of all of what you guys have done.
All right. The second time world champion. The first second time world champion.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it?
It's pretty cool.
You know, it wouldn't be surprising if this was never matched again.
Yeah.
So, any thoughts about that?
It's really cool, man.
Yeah. I think that sums it up, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Good job I gave myself that Mr. Cool nickname. All that time. Worked out.
Yeah.
The long-running game plan.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have any other thoughts?
No, that's fine.
All right.
Okay,
We will
so-
release you from the interview, unless there's anything else you wanted to talk about.
There's probably a million things I want to talk about, but my head is all fuzzy.
Yeah.
I'm just happy to see you guys here.
Yeah.
I appreciate all you've done this weekend. Appreciate all the staff I've done this weekend, what they've set up. It's been great fun, really good tournament. Honestly, this year I feel like, aside from the EX bursts, don't worry about those. I feel like it was a tough earned victory, and that's what means a lot to me as well.
Yeah. No fist bumps? for the experts.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that thing. Yeah.
All right.
I think Hunter would have been upset if I'd done.
No, don't worry about it.
Sorry, but,
Sorry. Inside jokes. All right.
Yeah.
We will release you from our custody then. Is there going to be an interview over there as well? All right.
Yeah.
Interview on the next stream.
All right.
Have a good one.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Enjoy.
Congratulations.
Okay. Get our other host back. Get the camera fixed. All right. And a lot of these slides are messy.
Okay.
It's alright. We'll get there.
Yeah.
So do we go on with our program right now?
Yep, I think so. So, 進行方向内入って大丈夫ですかね。あ、じゃあこれ閉めます。はい。ありがとうございます。Okay, so we couldn't leave you hanging.
Yep. So we have some new spoilers. We have new announcements.
Yeah, it's a little bit of information. You know, just a little bit of a teaser. Maybe.
A little bit, maybe.
Uh-huh.
So, okay. So first off, we have the anniversary collection set 2024. Wow, next year.
Yeah,
In a month.
2024 is in 1 month. So yeah.
Okay, and it's coming out on February. And so this is like the collection set we had like 2 years ago, was it?
Yeah, it's a lot like the anniversary collection set we had a couple of years ago. It's a little bit like the Dissidia collection that we had just a few months ago. This one, some pretty bangers.
Pretty good reprints.
Pretty good reprints. You know, this Locke, this Faceless, Bismarck. You know, and Y'shtola too, especially with all the signs coming out. You know, these are kind of reprints that the community has been looking for. Amaterasu is in there as well. You know,
Thornton's in this one
yeah,
too.
I believe Thornton is in this one too. A lot of the reprints the community has been looking for. I think everybody is looking forward to this. I think
Yeah.
even if you don't play with non-foil cards, people are excited that new players are going to have access to these cards.
For sure.
Pretty interested in these, so I'm pretty sure you can order that on your Square Enix store, whatever the region for your Square Enix store. You should be able to pre-order that pretty soon, if not already. Additionally, you depending on your distributor and local retailer, you might be able to order it through them. So just make sure to keep an eye out for that one. There will be more and more info about this as we get closer to release.
Cool. And next off, we have the new booster pack, Hidden Hope.
Yeah, so these are all images that we've seen before.
Yep. And we have a new system.
Yeah, so you can see in the top left corner there.
Called Limit Break.
Yeah,
And
so
today we have some information.
Just a little bit. Just a teeny tiny bit, a little bit of information
Okay.
about on the second slide here.
So here's the slide. Limit Break, new system for FFTCG. Okay, so we have 3 lines of information.
Yeah.
About Limit Break.
Yeah.
Okay, so prepare a Limit Break deck that is separate from the regular deck.
Yeah.
Up to 8 Limit Break cards can be used, and use cards according to the situation to move the battlefield. Which means...
So extrapolating some information about this. So the Limit Break deck is going to be like totally separate from your normal deck. You'll at the start of a match, if you have a Limit Break deck, presumably you'll present the Limit Break deck and the regular deck. I assume that the Limit Break deck probably won't be shuffled. It'll probably just be set because you don't draw cards from it. That might change at some point. The regular deck, however, you do that, and cards that are in the regular deck will have some kind of condition that lets you play the cards from the Limit Break deck onto the field. Now, I'm just extrapolating information here. It might work totally differently, It might work totally differently, but that kind of seems like what it's saying here.
Yeah.
And
what we know is it's a side deck, and there's some way to play them into the game.
Yeah.
So
we got like just the teeniest, tiniest here. They told us that there's 8 in there, and that there's some kind of relation to the cards that are already on the field, or perhaps in the hand that lets you add them to the hand or play them directly to the field.
That's all we know.
Yeah, that's what we know for now.
Okay. And so we have some spoilers.
Yep.
New cards.
First
And
spoiler
first card
here from
is-
Hidden Hope.
Okay. Bart's Wind. It's a hero card.
Yep.
Remove 3 Job Warrior of Light in the break zone from the game, and Bart's gains. Bart's cannot be chosen by your opponent's abilities until the end of the turn. And it has a special ability. Search for 1 Job Warrior of Light of cost X or less and play it onto the field. You can only use this ability during your turn. It's a 5k to cost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting card here. My first thoughts are I can pay for and use this ability to play Warrior of Light get the 4-color Warrior of Light for my deck.
yeah.
That seems like a pretty good usage. Also, I can pay 3 and search for a Ferris and play that, or a Refia and play that to the field. It seems like there's a lot of synergy there. Obviously, Wind Water has kind of been out of the picture for a little while, but there is Lena, and Bart's searching Lena just in Wind Water with like a lot of crystals. That does also seem like an interesting place you could potentially take the card.
Yeah.
And obviously, Bart's isn't really used in the as a name in the 4-color Warrior of Light deck, so if you are playing those kind of cards, this might give you some extra incentive to play like Wind forwards in your Warrior of Light deck as well.
Okay.
We have one more for you here.
Yep. And next card is Selfie.
So
it's a 4-cost fire, seed candidate. When Selfie enters the field, you may search for 1 category 8 forward and add it to your hand. And it has a 0-cost ability. Choose 1 category 8 forward other than Selfie. Until the end of the turn, it gains 1k power, haste, and brave. You can only use this ability during your turn and only once per turn.
Yes, this is one of the fire legends for the next set. Obviously super powerful with Light Score, right? That's the one that you probably think of immediately.
The one that was the promo a few sets ago.
Yeah, so you add it to your hand, you attack, you double freeze something. Pretty powerful, pretty good stuff. Obviously there's a new Squall in the set as well that we don't know what it does yet, but we've seen the image for, so it could work well with that.
Yeah.
And obviously the Irvine that just came out as well is a pretty good card.
Yeah. Does kind of seem like they're setting us up a little bit for this a fire lightning kind of strategy, because before, if you were only in 2 colors with the Final Fantasy VIII strategy, there's just really not a whole lot of forwards there.
Yeah.
A lot of the names overlap. You really want to use the selfie backup in that deck, but you know, having some extra forwards that Cypher can target, maybe they're setting up for some Fire Lightning there. Obviously, you could always just play the mishmash of like all of the colors
You
as
also
well.
have Sid Kramer, right? In
Yeah.
Lightning, so you can play an off-color Renoa, or you can play an off-color.
Yeah, and the
whatever you
Renault
want.
also comes in for 0 too,
Yeah,
so that
exactly.
does help. And that would also just be a really, really good target for this card
Yes,
too.
yeah.
It is just full, and unlike Cypher, you don't have to, you know, keep finding ways to damage yourself to do the haste. So, yeah, it looks like we're looking at maybe the start of another aggro deck here.
Yeah, an aggressive forward-based FF8 deck for sure. Yeah.
And
we
also
have-
busting in title.
Yeah, and a cool full arch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
full
Throwing
art
the
really
dun-
cool
the,
full
the
art, yeah.
nunchucks
by
yeah.
Ken Kobayashi.
They really hid the nunchuck with the text box
Yeah,
here. You know,
yeah.
it's like you really have to pay
You have
to
to
get the
that
full
full
art.
art. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. Okay, so those were the 2 new
Yeah.
spoilers from the new set
Those were the spoilers we had.
from Hidden Hope.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so Hidden Hope is coming out. When was
I
it
believe
again?
that was March 22nd.
March, okay,
yes.
March.
So a little bit more time, but you know, a lot of time to enjoy the new Opus 21.
That's right,
A lot of
yeah.
time to be on Destiny, and you know, I hope everybody got a little bit of something out of this stream over the last 2 days. You know, so many new decks.
Yes.
You know, the return of Mono Ice.
Uh-huh.
The ever-staying power of Mono Wind, a new gotcha deck with Wall 7, you know, all sorts of good stuff coming out of the new set. All sorts of old stuff that, you know, still playable. We saw a lot of 13, we saw a lot of Magisa, and, you know, obviously those decks, maybe they have some new toys, but, you know, those are returning, those are still ever-present decks in addition to all the new stuff that we saw. So, you know, there's always something for everyone there.
Yeah, cool set. Very, very good. Again, to reiterate, really good tournament. If you haven't watched all the games, go back. They're really high quality. Really good gameplay this weekend. So.
Yeah. I think, this is... It's always a pleasure to be on the casting desk and see good games here, but I think this was probably the first time I've ever seen such a wide variety of strategies all played at the very top level. And I think that's something you can really only get at the World Championships.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have any other closing thoughts?
I don't know. Well, we have a new season in Japan.
A new season
coming
in
up
Japan. We have
for
the
next week.
Meiji-sen. Yeah, from next week.
Yeah.
Good
next
luck.
Weekends, yeah. Well, we have to decide what decks, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you're in Europe or America, they have Winter Cups coming up. Australia has a
because Winter
Summer
Cups.
Cup.
Yeah, Summer Cup.
Yeah. So lots to look forward to.
Yeah, everybody's got their own little spice to be working on.
Okay.
Right now. So hope to see some of that. And regarding the award ceremony, still not going to happen for a little bit, so that won't be on the stream.
It'll be recorded.
Yeah, it'll be recorded, and also there will be maybe some clips thrown up on Twitter. Definitely some photos at least. I think we'll go up on Twitter today. You'll be able to see the players there with their trophies and stuff like that. So. Look forward to that deck list and stuff. We showed them at the very beginning of the stream. I think that they'll also be available on Twitter, so
It
keep
is.
your eye. It's already available on Twitter. Okay.
Yeah.
So those are already up on X.
The slides.
Those are already up on X. So previously known as Twitter. Keep your eyes peeled for that. And I think if there's nothing else, that'll wrap us up for you.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and hope you have a great rest of your weekend. Bye.
Bye.